Now it is. Okay, I was saying that Hilltop Acres is getting a lot of attention. Rudy and I made a presentation to Minister Rebecca Schultz. She ended up agreeing to give us $700,000 to help fix the water and flood problems up there, which is a significant chunk of change that the province gave us, and that was just recently. So we appreciated that, and it helped us do our job just a little better. Did you wanted to say something there, Rod?
Yes, I did. Hi, I'm Rod Mucka from Hilltop Acres area. Good morning, Reeve Gayon, councillors. I just wanted to drop by and acknowledge the work that you've all no doubt had to take part in to get some action with the water issues up in Hilltop Acres area. The work isn't complete yet, but based on the announcement that occurred a few days ago, it's pretty obvious that you've all recognized that it was a problematic situation. There will be mitigation action taken to improve the area. I think without a doubt you'll end up cleaning up our water issues, and it sounds from what I've heard so far that there'll be benefits for others in that there will be water coming available for use in various ways, and it looks like it's a positive situation for all of us. So again, I'd like to thank all the people that were willing to act on this and all the people who have worked on it. And I think I can speak for the neighborhood. I haven't had a chance to talk to a lot of people, but I know there's been a lot of eyes on this, and I think we're all looking forward to seeing what the end result looks to be. So
well, we appreciate that, on behalf of council, that we don't often get a lot of compliments, although, but we appreciate that. We did work hard for it, and we had support, like I said, right through to Rebecca Schultz, the minister. So that's pretty positive. You end up building relationships with ministers, and sometimes it pays off. So at least they give you an ear to listen to anyway.
yes, that's been accomplished.
Okay, thanks for coming in.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Is that Cody?
That's Cody. Aha. Working now.
Yeah, no, that's worse. We can hear you, Cody.
Oh.
All right. All right, addition to the agenda.
Good morning, Reeve. A couple of changes to your agenda. First of all, a deletion under CAO report 4A. There was a group interested in using some lots of the counties in Cynthia and accessing them under our Gen 3 policy. Since this agenda was compiled, that request for that property usage has been withdrawn, so that's removed from your agenda. One addition under 15I, meeting dates. Conversation about a joint town and county council meeting to discuss funding changes that might impact child care programming in our region. I believe Councillor Wiltsey will speak to that.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else from council got any additions to the agenda? If there isn't any, a motion to approve the agenda with the amendments? Glenn? Oh. Go ahead, Anthony.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor?
Okay, it's carried unanimous. Oh, we've got a shift change here. All right, do we have a new leader amongst us? Do we have to unswear or that's it? You become the carpet for the mud puddle? Hard-fought election there, Glenn. Good job. Anything you'd like to say? Absolute power corrupts absolutely. All right, we got the minutes of March 4th. Any errors or omissions there? If none, a motion to approve the minutes as presented. Dallas?
I move to adopt March 4th minutes as presented.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor?
Okay, carried, unanimous. We've got the follow-up action list.
Thank you, Reeve. Just a couple of items to note for council. We've already discussed Hilltop Acres. There's many components to that project, and many of those components are already in action, and we'll continue to see project on that moving forward. The other item of note is the conversation council had regarding the changes to animal control bylaw. That will be in front of council later on in the agenda.
Glenn?
I move to approve the follow-up action list for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor?
Okay, carried unanimous. All right, number 4A was canceled. We've got a delegation coming in at 10. We've got land use bylaw amendments.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. Rezoning application 25A-002, located on pages 40 through 59 of the agenda package, is presented to rezone the parcel legally described as Lot 17, Block 16, Plan 9820064, within Northwest 3147-9 west of the 5th Meridian, which is approximately 0.074 acres from urban reserve to hamlet residential. Pursuant to Resolution 024/180116, passed by Council on January 16th, 2018, this lot has been had its municipal reserve designation removed and is to be sold to the neighboring landowner and consolidated with their parcel. Rezoning of the former MR lot is required to create compatible zoning with the parcel to which it's to be consolidated. A public hearing for this bylaw has been scheduled for May 6th, 2025 at 10 a.m. The subject lands are located in the hamlet of Lodgepole between 49th Avenue and the undeveloped portion of 49A Avenue, and that's shown on page 42 of the agenda package. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the county's municipal development plan and the Lodgepole area structure plan as reflected in appendices E and F on pages 48 through 59. So, bylaw 1202-25 is presented today for first reading for the rezoning of Lot 17, Block 16, Plan 9820064, within Northwest 3147-9 west of the 5th Meridian, from urban reserve to hamlet residential, to satisfy Council Resolution 024/180116. Thank you.
Donna?
I just have a question. Did the landowner come in lately? And this is just so old, like 2018. Did we just forget about it?
Through the chair to Councillor Wiltsey, we were actually holding off waiting for the landowner to determine what they wanted to do in terms of consolidation of a couple of different lots.
Oh,
And some realignment of property lines, and they've been back in touch with us, so we're following through to meet that resolution.
okay, thank you. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead, Donna.
I move that council give first reading to bylaw 1202-25, proposing lot 17, block 16, plan 9820064 within northwest of 31479 west of the 5th, be rezoned from urban reserve to hamlet residential as shown on the attached Schedule A.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor.
Okay, carried unanimous. You doing the next one?
I am. I am presenting rezoning application 25A-003, which is located on pages 60 through 73 of the agenda package. And this has been submitted to rezone approximately 4 acres from agricultural to agricultural holdings within a portion of Southwest 3357 west of the 5th Meridian, which would allow for the subdivision of an equally sized parcel. A public hearing for this bylaw has been scheduled for May 6, 2025 at 10:15 a.m. The subject lands are located immediately east of Highway 22 and immediately north of Township Road 505, as shown on the land use map on page 62. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the county's municipal development plan, and the lands do not fall within any intermunicipal development plan or area structure plan. This is all reflected in appendices E and F on pages 69 through 73. Bylaw 1205-25 is hereby presented to council for first reading for the rezoning of approximately 4 acres from agricultural to agricultural holdings within a portion of Southwest 3357 west of the 5th Meridian. Thank you.
What's your wishes, councilors? Anthony?
I move that council give first reading to bylaw 12-25, proposing part of Southwest 3357 west of the 5th for 4.4 acre to be rezoned from agriculture to agriculture holdings as shown in attached Schedule 8.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor.
Did you just want first reading and that was it, eh? Hello?
Good morning, Reeve and Council.
Good morning.
Starting on page 74 of your agenda, you will find a request for council decision to rescind AG 27, the 100-year Farm Family Award. I previously presented this policy with proposed changes on March 4th, and upon council or direction from council, ASB undertook a more thorough review of this policy. This review included background information, a review of awards, if any, given in other municipalities, and a thorough review of the Alberta Century Farm and Ranch Award. The province has a very well-established award program with 2,102 family farms recognized to date, including 3 in Brazeau County. As an extension of this award program, the province also has a 125-year farm recognition award. Based on this in-depth review by the ASB and input from council at my last presentation, the ASB contemplated possible revisions but ultimately decided that since Brazeau County has never presented this award and the province has such a successful and well-administered program, the best path forward is to promote, advocate for, and celebrate the Alberta Century Farm and Ranch Award, and therefore the Ag Services Board recommends that council rescinds AG 27, the 100-year Farm Family Award.
What's your thoughts, councilors? Go ahead, Glenn.
No thoughts, just a motion. I move the council rescind AG 27 100-year Farm Family Awards policy.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor.
Thanks, council.
Community services. Lee, are you looking after that still?
Sorry, I was just just texting the CPOs here. Wanted them to come for this one, so. So we're on page 77. The idea behind this is just to provide council with updated information regarding the enforcement stats for the county. We did this 2 years ago, but I'll try and do this every year now, so you have an idea what's happening. So, hey, Steve, I think, I know Jesse will not be able to make it. Well, he's going to be, it's about 15 minutes behind, so. So, this information includes citations by type, activity, a breakdown, summarized information on animal control. As a member of the CPOs are a member of the Traffic Safety Control Stakeholder Group. They also participate in monthly focuses for enforcement. Below is the listing of all the authorities they have. I won't go through them all, but as you see, I know over the years that's increased, and there's still a number of authorities that they're questioning to enhance. Can you list some of those, Steve? Do you know? They talked about adding more sort of criminal activity.
Yeah, so the Solicitor General is looking at giving CPOs the authority for criminal trespass and criminal mischief under 5,000 and theft under 5,000. And also giving us the authority to execute criminal code warrants as well. So if we pull somebody over that has a criminal code warrant on the side of the road, we don't have to wait and detain them for however long it's going to be for the RCMP to get there. They're also looking at, they're doing a pilot program right now in Strathcona County for FST, which is the field sobriety testing for roadside sanctions, because it's gone from a first offense, it's gone from criminal code to provincial sanctions. So they get an immediate roadside suspension. Their vehicle gets impounded and they get a fine. And they then take that up through, it doesn't necessarily go into the courts anymore for a first-time offense for an impaired. There's usually a 1-year suspension. After 6 months, they can apply for their in-vehicle blow box and that type of thing. But it's gone from criminal code to a provincial offense. So they're doing a pilot project with the CPOs in Strathcona County for that, and we'll see. They just started it the beginning of March, so we'll see how that. It'll probably be a 6-month pilot program that they'll be running there. We'll see how that turns out.
The culprits still have to go through due process though before they're just not guilty immediately, or are they guilty right away?
No, it goes through an assessment. Everything is done on the roadside. So once the officer submits it, it's automatic suspension and sanctions, and then it goes through a board to ensure that the process was done correctly, and then there is an appeal process that the offender can go through within the first 7 days. He has an appeal process that if he applies for it, it will be brought up in front of the board for appeal.
Thanks, Steve. On page 78 there, just as far as they do case reports, there was a large increase in case reports in 2024. We actually had 652 complaints, and these are to do with inter-department agency requests for assistance, complaint reports that usually require investigation and deal with education or enforcement of municipal bylaws or provincial violations. Like I said, 652 in 2024. That was compared to 164 in 2023. And that includes the 652, 60 occurrences assisting planning and development. And as you see, tickets, citation summary, provincial violations, 170. 2023 saw 234. And then municipal violations, we had 3, and there was 3 in 2023. I don't know if you want to add to this, Steve, but I know that they always usually provide provincial violations over municipal violations, because then the province can deal with it in court, and if we issue a municipal violation and it does go to court, we would have to provide the defense on that, and at the county's expense. So it's much easier to do the provincial violation. So then you have the violation types, which are listed there. Of course, speeding is the largest one, and then I see at 110, and then no registration is high at 17. So 173 total tickets issued in 2024. That was compared to 237 in 2023. Interesting note is that Brazeau County does not receive the full value of provincial tickets. The province increased their portion in April 1st, 2020 to 40%, the amount that they kept. The provincial share was previously 26.7%. Additionally, not all tickets are collected in the year that they are issued and may subject to court proceedings. And then we have animal control complaints. We had 32 in 2024 compared to 35 in 2023. And then moving over to page 81, this is just broken down. Method of complaint. This is the different types. There was a total of 544. Self-generated was the pink side, which is 45%. And then second was telephone, 29%. And then stats on the days of the week. I see that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are the highest reports. And then moving over to page 82, hours of the day, the reports, 12 to 6 is 50%. And then on the final, which is a little busy, is all the specific types. And of course, the Traffic Act is the 45.6%, which is the bulk of it. And if there's no questions, that's why I brought Steve here to answer any specific questions you may have on the CPOs or type of work they do. Or any questions, Kara?
Thank you. I have a few questions, so I'll start back up. The total number, the 652, that was a significant increase, correct?
Yeah, it was 164 in 2023.
Do we know why there's such an increase? That's huge.
Yeah. I mean, part of 2023, I mean, that was only, what was that, like a month taken out of where we had the fires, but I don't attribute that to, it seems like case reports is taking a lot of their time, whether it's assisting with P&D or education or animal control. It just all takes time, sort of time off the road. And you can see that correlation where they had 237 tickets written in 2023 to only 173 in 2024. So you can see a correlation because they're taken off the road, right?
Okay. I guess my concern, and it's more of a comment, is I guess as council we need to decide where we think our CPO's attention should be spent. And with this kind of number of increase, I think it would be a fair point during budget discussions to have a conversation about increasing the number of CPOs that we have available due to the number of calls coming in. Or take a look at what's causing them. And if it's a bylaw policy issue, then maybe we should address it that way too as well. But I think it's definitely something that needs to be flagged, and further conversation needs to be had. I do have a couple other comments. I know we were talking the bottom of page 78. that we only get to, keep about, is it 60% of the provincial ticket value? Urbans, I believe, they keep 70%. They have a higher increase, or did they get changed April 1st to the same, that we're all the same across? Okay, because there was a discrepancy prior to that year. Okay, that was actually the question I had. The other one I have is on the bottom of page 78, animal control, around the dog complaints. Is this an increase, I guess, just because there's no further information, are we seeing an increase in dog complaints come in? Just because we don't have the comparables from the previous, I'd say last year or the prior three to 4 years.
Actually, we've been seeing a large increase in the amount of dog bites that we've been having. I think last year, 2023, we had two or three that we investigated. Last year, there was at least 6 that we investigated. So, and people are being, children even are being severely injured. So, yeah, we have to take that really, really seriously.
And with that, do these numbers take into account or the puppy mills that we're dealing with right now, or those will be included in the 2025 numbers?
Yes, yeah, they'll be included.
I wasn't sure if those investigations started in 2024, or is it going to be carryover?
The SPCA started their investigation in 2024, and then we assisted them at the end of December, beginning of January.
Okay. Yes, and then, yeah, with the dog bites, I happened to be in the hospital with my daughter with a different thing, and a child come in and basically had half their face torn off by a dog. And I caught enough of the conversation that it was horrific. And I think that was all my questions. Thank you.
I think with animal control, like since COVID, it seemed like everybody got pets. So, and we see that with as far as the care facilities, like the shelters, when we're trying to rehome after unclaimed dogs, it's really tough. All the shelters are full. And so I guess more homes having more dogs, there's going to be more issues, more complaints. And like you say, we're seeing the issues with more pets, right?
I do have some other questions, sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The 2 dogs destroyed, obviously for good reason. Can you share those details?
I know one of them, we tried to rehome, and it was a very vicious dog, and animal control didn't recommend it for a home, and it ultimately had to be put down because we couldn't rehome. We tried to do it as a service dog as far as a guard dog type of thing, but there was no takers. And then again, we go to great lengths to try and avoid euthanizing dogs, but I know that we've paid mileage to take them past Edmonton to a shelter. We even took one to BC just to avoid, having them euthanized, but eventually, they get extended stay, and we can't rehome, and that was the other one.
Okay. I was just wondering, are these dogs, I know we were having an issue in Poplar Ridge with dog attacks. I'm assuming these were the 2?
No, actually, there were 3 dogs all in total. One was just a puppy, and so that one, actually, animal control still had. The other 2, she said that she couldn't, in good conscience, even let them go to a farm because they could attack the farm animals. They were very vicious, so yeah, we ended up taking them in to have them euthanized.
And that was my other question about the 1 dog remaining in care, so thank you.
All righty. Any other questions? Need a motion then to accept the report. John?
I move to accept the enforcement stats report for 2024.
Discussion? All those in favor? Cody, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve.
Are you on 10A already? after that?
The animal control bylaw on page 84.
Oh, okay.
So we're looking to council provide all three readings to animal control bylaw 1204-25. During the March 4th, 2025 regular meeting of council, the following motion was made. Moved by Kara Westland to direct administration to change the animal control bylaw to limit the number of dogs to 5 on all properties unless they have a valid and subsisting development permit for an animal service facility as defined in the land use bylaw. So administration has reviewed the current bylaw and attached is the draft for your consideration. Since we did that, the amended bylaw includes sections 3.6, 4.5, and 5 to establish a limit of 5 canines on any property, and then allow for an over-limit permit mechanism. We did find that there's some situation where an animal care facility doesn't fit everything. There's some existing situations where people have, say, dog sled teams or hunting dogs. They don't fit an animal care facility, so they'd be between. So we're recommending we put in this over-limit mechanism. So it's because they've got more than 5, but it doesn't fit as far as the definition of animal care facility. So we did see that Yellowhead had this in theirs, and it fits well. I'd recommend we put that in, so I did put that in there. So that's included. And then we did have where we had smaller parcels under 1 acre where they had 4 dogs. I would recommend that we keep that. Well, I haven't put that in there, but it would be for council's for consideration that we keep it the way it was. For 1 acre and below, we only have 4 dogs. The way it's written right now, we have it 5, so that would be an increase on the smaller hamlets and 1 acre and below. So that's the way I've written it. And one other thing I've added is I know it was talked about last time as far as what could we do to sort of, no pun intended, but give the animal control more teeth, or working with animal control and our CPOs. We did compare looking at the fines, and if you go to page 100, the way it used to read is we had first offense $100, second offense $200, third offense $300. If you look around the province, if you look on page 103, we have all the different fines that everybody has, and one thing, we were considerably lower, so I'd recommend in doubling as far as first offense 200, second offense 400, third offense 600, but then there was some notable ones where if you look around, like for dangerous dog, failure to confine, dangerous dog, failure to restrain and muzzle, and the dangerous dog at large, there was fines as high as $1,000, $2,000. So I would recommend that those be set at 500. And the same as far as with, I've highlighted there on page 101, interference with animals, obstruct animal control officer, induce animal to enter a shelter to avoid capture, falsely identify oneself to prevent at large, interference with animals, falsely identify oneself to prevent at large charge, interference with animals, allow animals to escape from impoundment vehicle. Those I've increased to 500, but it's all for your consideration. If you want to discuss more, or that's administration's recommendation.
Glenn?
I think the bylaw is good. I'm happy with it. I just don't know that I want to go to all 3 readings today. There's some people that have border collies and they use them for sheep and stuff like that. And there's other people I know that breed dogs. So I'd want everyone to have a chance to take a look at this first. So it's nothing against administration. It's just that
Yep.
I'd like to give the public some time to take this in.
Kara?
I'm just trying to find, you made some comments around the 1 acre and 4 dogs. Which page are we looking at? Just want to make sure that I can clearly,
I
Is
did
it-
not put it, I did not include that, like, it's written without the 1 acre, but I said we could include that.
okay.
Because I followed the letter of the motion, and that didn't include that, but I'm recommending that we put that back in.
Okay, yeah, and I think if we do the first reading following Councillor Gunderson's suggestion, we put that in today, and then
Yes.
put it out for first reading and then bring it back for second and final reading. I think that would be good too as well.
Yeah.
And then just some of those concerns around the breeders, and the working dogs that we do have within our area. There's no charge for the permit, correct? If they come in and get a permit for us?
Yeah, there's no charge, no.
Okay, it's just that we know where they are. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and I know enough people that are breeders, and reputable breeders shouldn't have an issue with this,
Yep.
so. Yeah. Okay, if I were to make a motion to include, 1 acre and below 4 dog, maximum, where would you suggest that I put it in?
Just put it in the motion. We won't say where. We can add it when I bring it back, and I can show it. I can reflect that in the next one.
Okay. Just maybe before I make a motion, we do have a CPO present, not to put you on the spot, but can you, if it's okay with council, I would like to hear from our CPOs what they've been dealing with, even the last 6 months with dogs in the community.
Yep.
So in my now 15 years of doing this, we've received more dog complaints, puppy mill complaints, and neglect than I've ever seen, and I'd say consistently for the last 2 years. We've had some people even state that are not having a certain cap on dogs is why they've moved here. One place in particular has over 30 dogs that they keep inside their home every evening. And this is happening on both sides of the county, the west, the east. So it's getting a little out of hand. Doesn't mean that we're out looking for these things, but if we were to come across it, then at least we can have some sort of authority to deal with it, work with them. Doesn't mean we just throw the book at them or anything like that, but it's put a lot of strain on ourselves resources-wise, and even had to get other agencies, including the SPCA, to come and assist as well.
Further questions? Thank you. The changes that are being proposed, in your opinion, your professional opinion, do you think they're going to help the situation?
It's hard to make somebody that's not responsible all of a sudden overnight become that, but it will definitely help towards it.
Okay, thank you.
Anthony?
To Carrie's question about, on one of your parcels, 1 acre or less, page 89, 4.5 spoke to that, but Lee, our staff, have it crossed out because it seemed like it might have been at least thought about or previously in the bylaw. If you look at 4.5, section B, it's crossed out with the line through it.
Yes, that's correct, yes. That's where, that B, yes. So we would look at keeping that in.
So I was just pointing out, comment where you, when you were referencing and where you would put it.
Yeah, 4.5, A and B.
Thank you. So I'm there now. So my suggestion would be we leave A and B in and then just renumber C, D, correct? are we ready for a motion? Okay. Thank you. I move to give first reading to the Animal Control Bylaw 1204-25 with changes on page 89 under 4.5 to include A and B that are currently crossed out to include them, renumber B and C further down to A, B, C, D.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor?
Okay, carried unanimous. All done with that, Lee? Go ahead, Anthony.
We should be probably given first reading to it then, at least, and then we can leave it to the public, open for the public to see if they have any comments.
Okay.
I move first reading to bylaw 1204-25.
Discussion? Yep.
Yeah, we
First
just,
reading gets it out.
yeah, we just need to include the date for a public hearing then. For second and third reading.
Sketch.
Go ahead, Anthony.
And this goes to staff more, so are we intending to have a public hearing if we have that, or was it more or less just give first reading, leave it, like advertise it, but more or less just allow the public having, rather than per se having a public hearing, or do we want to have the public hearing? I'm not sure what our intent was. You do? Okay, well, that's good then, go ahead. So if you want to do that as a friendly amendment, Dallas, I'd accept it.
All right, so is May 6th an appropriate date then? Lee?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so I'll move that friendly, if I could do that, include public hearing for May 6th.
Discussion? All those in favor? Cody, how do you vote?
In favor?
That's carried unanimous. All right. So community, oh. We've got, manufactured home, community taxation, pages 105 to 108. Morning.
Good morning. I am here with a request for a council decision for the...
Sorry, I can't hear you. You probably can't hear me because I'm not speaking into the microphone.
Is that better? Okay. I'm here with a request for council decision for the bylaw 1203-25 manufactured home community taxation. It is the recommended action that council give first reading to bylaw 1203-25 manufactured home community taxation. The purpose of this bylaw is to find a solution to minimize manufactured home accounts in arrears from having to be written off, sent to collections, or enter into tax recovery process. You can find a copy of the bylaw 1203-25 on page 107 of the agenda.
If the mobile homeowner becomes the assessed person, and if the trailers that happen to be on there are, in the opinion of the landowner, or I'm thinking the person, the landowner, would be too high, who would appeal it? Would he appeal it? Would he have a process to appeal it? Does the owner of the mobile home park appeal it? Like, what's that process work like under this system? I'm sorry, but
Makes me feel important. Through the chair to Councilor Hendrick, so they would still have the option, because the individual who would own the mobile home, they still would receive an assessment. They would be the secondary assessed individual. So the primary would be the park owner, but the individual living in the home would still receive a tax notice, and they would still have the complaint period, the month after receive, or the 60 days after receiving, to speak to accurate assessment when we have our in-house consultations. So that process won't change at all. It'll still be what is available to them today.
okay, thank you.
else, Jenica?
Nope.
Colin, nothing else? Donna?
I move that council give first reading to bylaw 1203-25, manufactured home community taxation.
I have a question.
Okay, discussion, just wait, I'll go to Kara first, then to you, Cody.
Thank you. So this is first reading, just wondering when we come back for second reading and when public hearing will be.
So with that, we have the timeline. So our next step is to reach out to the community home owners and as well as the manufactured home owners. And then once we get some feedback from them, answer some questions, we're going to come back to council with the public and the feedback there.
Do we know a timeline on that? Are we thinking 6 weeks, 8 weeks?
I believe I had it for, yeah, the whole process would be about a year.
Oh, okay.
So I believe it's in a few months that we'll come back. It will take effect in 2027.
Okay. Donna?
Oh, sorry.
So you've got a motion on the floor? Oh, yeah, Cody, you
Yeah, I
got
have
a
a
question?
Yeah. Yeah, so I was just wondering, so if somebody's living in a trailer, they own it, and they are the person that's paying the tax is going to the landowner, what happens if a trailer gets abandoned there and, you can't, the landowner, the owner of the mobile home park is unable to collect taxes from this person, and the mobile home is accruing taxes. So I'm just I'm wondering if the home is abandoned and I don't know, maybe there's nothing wrong with it. Are we just repossessing that, the normal process, or is it, I'm just kind of wondering what the process is.
Go ahead, Colin, if you're going to answer it.
Through the chair to Councillor Brooks. So essentially on that end, we would not repossess it. If the property went through to have a notification or lien, in this case, put on title, they have to go through the 2 years of non-payment of taxes. So at that point in time, we would go through the tax recovery process, or on the ones we have remaining, the mobile park owner would have the taxes broken up monthly as part of the lot rent as well too. And sometimes when they're starting to see that lot rent not coming in, they're taking action on their own side. So they would be looking for action to collect the lot rent plus the taxes outstanding to the park owner. And if a trailer is removed any part of the year, it is only accessible for the period of time of which it resides within that mobile home park. So if it was removed 6 months after, it would only receive 6 months of assessment and taxation.
So what's to stop them from skipping it, I guess is the best expression, just to leave? What's to stop them?
So in this case, we're putting the onus on the mobile home park owner because they will be receiving that tax bill. So if they have those flights, they'll keep closer eye on their assets as they'll be, assessed for a current period of time with them. Right now, the way we currently do it, we rely on the park owners to provide us with all the detailed information relating to those mobile homes. Unfortunately, we are not receiving that, so we are not able to go through and put our interest on some of those, put a lien essentially against that mobile park. So this way it would make the park owner be a little bit more proactive in that case, and keep a little bit sharper eye on the inventory within their mobile home park that they're running.
Anthony?
So Colin, would, if the person abandoned his trailer, left, in other words, wasn't going to pay either no more and left, would the trailer become the ownership of the park owner?
Through the chair to Councilor Henrik, that's actually, and Ms. Hartman just pointed that out, yes, the park owner could take possession in that case as well too.
So we would not be looking at ever wanting to repossess that or put it up for auction like we do other properties?
That's right. This would all fall within the park operations.
Okay, maybe that helps with Cody's question too, I don't know.
No, that's perfect.
No other questions? You got a motion on the floor, Donna? You want to repeat that?
I move that council give first reading to bylaw 1203-25, manufactured home community taxation.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor.
Okay, that's carried unanimously. We might be able to get through bank reconciliation here. Paula?
Okay, Council, on page 109 of your agenda, you'll find the bank reconciliation for our general account to TD as of February 28, 2025. Or if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, ask Council receives for information.
Kara?
I move to receive the bank reconciliation to February 28th, 2025 for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor.
Birchwood sign. We got public works here? And we got a public hearing at 10 o'clock, so this will be the last item we'll deal with.
Good morning. So Birchwood sign request. Council recommended action is the council direct administration on whether they would like to proceed with the purchase of 2 signs up to a cost of $1,000 as requested by the Birchwood Board of Directors. The Birchwood Board of Directors has requested the supply and install of 3 signs. One of these signs will be paid for by the board, as that one will be placed on private property. The 2 asks is 1 sign to be installed on the westbound lane of Township 494, north side of the road, with an arrow and the words Birchwood, and another sign placed on the eastbound lane of 494, south side of the road. The reasoning provided by the directors was many visitors, particularly new ones, often miss the entrance of Birchwood, while signage on Highway 759 and Range Road 52 does a good job directing traffic towards Birchwood. The 2 additional signs are needed to complete the directional guidance. And operationally, if approved, administration will place the order for the recommended items, while the maintenance team will be responsible for the upkeep and replacement as necessary.
Okay, what's your wishes? Anthony,
No discussion, prepared to make a motion?
go ahead. You got a question, Kara? You can make the motion anyway.
I move that council direct administration to proceed with the purchase of 2 signs for a cost up to $1,000 as requested by the Birchwood Board of Directors.
Questions?
Thank you. Page 111, it just financial up to $1,000 to come from the operating budget of 2025. Just wondering how much money we have in there.
Great question. I just knew, I did just ask because it was gonna be additional. We placed that based on estimated replacing signs every year. And we don't have these additional directional signs into any other subdivisions, just the name signs.
Yeah.
So as this is additional, I didn't wanna take away from maintenance's budget without having council approval. Yeah.
So the end result of that discussion, it is coming out of maintenance, or it's coming out of someplace else?
It'll be coming out of there's a maintenance sign budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you good, Kara?
Yeah.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Just one.
Cody, you got discussion?
Yeah, I was just wondering, I'm pretty sure that it's just going to be the normal subdivision signs we see, like outside of, outside of Valley View or outside of Northside Acres. Is that correct?
No, this is additional to
thing, this next item? Or who, oh, okay. All right, so the next item on the agenda is the All Paw Rescue. And so you've got a spokesperson? Go ahead. All right, come to the microphone and state your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is this over here. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Buddy James O'Clair. I am president of the All Paw Rescue Society.
Okay.
So, thank you for taking the time to hear me today. We're an organization dedicated to rescuing, rehabilitating, and rehoming animals in need. While we officially registered as a society on March 5th, this initiative has been in the works for quite some time. We put in months of planning and preparation to ensure a thoughtful, impactful approach. At All Paw Rescue, our mission is simple but essential: to provide a safe, nurturing environment for animals in need and prepare them for successful permanent adoptions. In the Drayton Valley and area alone, there has been a 40% increase in abandoned and stray animals in recent years. This highlights the urgent need for more shelter services and support systems in our community. What will truly set All Paw Rescue apart is the depth of our commitment to every animal's journey. We won't just be offering shelter, we will be building a transformative experience. Animals in our care won't simply be housed, they will be healed, guided, and genuinely prepared for life in a forever home. Our comprehensive hands-on approach will include dedicated in-shelter care paired with personalized behavioral and obedience training, helping each animal grow in confidence, trust, and adaptability. We recognize the process may take a little longer, but this is where most rescues fall short. Without addressing the root causes of behavioral issues, too many animals are passed over and never adopted. At All Paw Rescue, we will be tackling that challenge head-on. Our goal is to ensure that every animal doesn't just leave our care, but leaves ready to thrive in their new life, giving them the best chance at a lasting, loving home. Additionally, we'll be incorporating live, virtual viewing interactions through partnerships with companies like TreatView Incorporated. Their virtual technology will allow potential adopters to engage with animals remotely, broadening exposure, improving adoption rates, and reducing shelter turnaround times. Through community donations, we've already received valuable training tools such as exercise pool, treadmills, toys, and other essential gear to help us support our animal development. Beyond that, we're developing sustainable revenue streams to strengthen our financial footing, like offering exclusive All Paw pet products through our website, allpawrescue.com, as well as services like dog walking and virtual training sessions. We're also proud to have the support of respectful local business owners who are not just supporters, but founding members of the All Paw Rescue Society. Troy Sullivan of Sullivan Meats has generously offered access to discarded fats and meats, significantly reducing food costs for our animals. Ferland Church from Two Square Contracting has pledged to support constructing our kennels and their facility spaces and other facility spaces at a reduced rate. Their involvement from day one has been instrumental in helping us offset key startup expenses and laying a strong foundation for our future. At All Paw Rescue will not just be an animal rescue, it will be a community initiative. We plan to generate local employment opportunities, including roles for animal care workers, behavioral specialists, and administrative staff. At the same time, we will engage youth volunteers, offering hands-on experience and encouraging them to take part in events and community outreach. This will help foster compassion, responsibility, and civic pride in our younger generation. We've developed a startup budget of approximately $128,000 to cover staffing, veterinary and professional services, lease agreements, facility improvements, kennel construction, equipment, marketing, and volunteer support programs. To meet these needs, we will be applying for funding through several avenues, including the Drayton Valley Community Foundation, PetSmart Charities, Canada Summer Jobs, Alberta's Community Initiative Program, We'll also be generating revenue through adoption fees, pursuing corporate sponsorships, and organizing bottle drives and other community-based fundraisers. A major part of our mission will be to promote responsible pet ownership and directly reduce reliance on unethical breeding operations such as puppy mills and backyard breeders. Unfortunately, one of the key reasons people turn to these sources is because they're accessible, convenient, and sometimes cheaper upfront, even if the long-term costs and consequences are far worse. All Paw Rescue will provide a compassionate, community-centered alternative. We plan to host frequent, low-cost adoption events, offer discount adoption days, and most importantly, ensure every adopter receives ongoing support, including starter food, training resources, and guidance. By making adoption more approachable, affordable, and supportive, we will remove many of the barriers that push people towards unethical sources. We also work to educate the public on the risks of buying from unregulated breeders and promote long-term benefits of adopting animals that have been fully vetted, socialized, and trained. In doing so, we won't just help animals in need, we'll help shape a culture of responsibility, compassion, and ethical decision-making across our community. We also plan to work in close collaboration with local bylaw enforcement, veterinarian clinics, and other shelters. Our goal is to be a reliable partner in the broader effort to improve animal welfare in our region. Our immediate priority is securing a centrally located facility that meets our current operational needs and allows room for future growth. Our respectful request to council is this: assistance in identifying and securing a suitable location, help with networking and sponsorship outreach, endorsements for our grant applications, and any available funding or aid that is available. Also, participation in our upcoming promotional events. Any level of support you can provide will be invaluable. We're genuinely hopeful for your support and partnership, but we also understand if assistance isn't possible at this time. With that said, we must let it be known that our commitment to establishing All Paw Rescue remains steadfast, and we'll continue moving forward with determination to bring this much-needed service to our community's animals. In weeks ahead, we're excited to finalize our facility plans, strengthen our grant and sponsorship applications, and launch awareness and fundraising campaigns that will introduce All Paw Rescue to the community. Thank you for your time.
Just a quick question there. Have you made this presentation to the town of Drayton Valley as well?
Yes, sir.
And what was the support there for that?
I haven't really got any feedback yet, but the initial support seemed, at the time of the meeting, seemed positive.
So it's a community issue problem?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll go to, I don't know who was first, Anthony, then Glenn?
So are you kind of compatible with all critters, the group, what's the critters? Cause for Critters? Or how would you?
In a sense, Cause for Critters, from what I have understood, they foster most of their dogs, and they have kind of in-house for their cats. So with our fostering program, our in-house fostering program at our kennel, it's kind of going to offset the kind of what they're doing and then a little bit what FARs are doing. There's a lot of fostering going on, which I understand fostering is full, not too many fosters available. So we want to kind of bring the animals in, train, make sure that they're prepared for, and do everything in-house.
So you'd compliment, that's what I'm sort of hearing you say?
Pardon?
You'd be complimenting what they're doing?
Yes, sir. Yep.
And is there any service that you provide to, like, when we get dog complaints, we have to have a person that deals with that. So is there an avenue that maybe there's service that could be arranged that way too, if the county so chose?
Yes, me personally, I would be taking all sorts of courses. I'm an animal lover and enthusiast. I've been working with animals my whole life, so I will be able to assist in any of the problems that they need or help that they need in that case, through All Paw Rescue, of course.
Because some of them, I mean, you know, when we get a dog complaint currently, our designated person goes out and tries to catch the dog or deal with the issue if they can solve it at the site, otherwise catches the dog, and then we have to deal with things at that later point?
Something that I would love to be a part of, absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you.
Glenn?
When I looked on your website, I seen you guys have been in business for about 12 years, it looks like.
I think you're looking at the wrong website.
Oh, the
possibly.
wrong
There's
website?
another All Paw Rescue in Ontario. So you might be looking at
okay.
allpawrescue.ca.
So this
Ours-
is separate of, okay.
Yes, All Paw Rescue Society is .com.
Oh, okay. My research-
allpawrescue.com, but it's All Paw Rescue Society.
Okay.
We're the .com. We like the .coms.
Are you guys, like I said, so dogs are our weakness right now. We have no place to take dogs when we do
Yes.
collect them, so that would be a real potential, I think, for us.
Specifically for dogs is what we're gonna concentrate on at this time, and that's what our.
How
treatment
long
factors-
have you guys been in business for then, or how?
Again, we just became a society as of March 5th.
Okay.
But I am actually the president of Treatview Incorporated, where we set up live stream. We're looking to set up live stream cameras where you can do virtual interactions. So this is going to be a kind of a great combination, and it allows geographical boundaries to not be there. If you go on my website, treatview.com, you'd be able to view the animals in the rescue, and you could be in Ontario and go, oh, I love this animal. We'll make sure we'll get that animal to that person, adoptable family.
No, thank you.
Any other questions? Cody?
No question, but he's saying all the right words and phrases. I'm liking what I hear.
Thank you.
Got any good phrases for us?
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Donna?
I don't have a question. I just, this is so needed in this area. Yeah, there's no place to take dogs that are, and they get dropped off.
Yeah.
And hopefully they get dropped off at a place that will take them, but sometimes they're just wandering and digging in garbage, and so.
Yeah, we see that the problem, so we want to tackle that head on, get them in, get them socialized, get them behaviorally prepped for, get them turned into dogs that are supposed to be dogs and not just, they don't know what animal, like what they're supposed to be essentially, right? They haven't been trained.
Well, thank you for your love of animals.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, a motion to accept the presentation for information. Dallas?
I move to receive the All Paws presentation for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? Cody, how do you vote?
In favor?
Okay, carried unanimous. In-house road construction.
Okay, so in-house road construction for 2025. Under the recommended actions, I have 5 roads listed there. The first one being Range Road 84, south of Township 502. Range Road 45, south at the junction of Township 483. Township 490, west of Range Road 83. Range Road 91, 260 meters north of 502. And Township 490, east of Range Road 91. So there are 5 recommended ones there. However, full current road request available should be available on the screen as well. And I believe you received a copy this morning as well of the full road request list. So during the road request workshop held on March 4th, all submitted road requests were thoroughly reviewed. A list of actionable projects for 2025 were presented.
Pippa, just because one of these roads on here is related to me, I'm gonna declare a conflict, so you get to start off with your feet in the fire right away there, Glenn.
Yeah, so a list of actionable projects for 2025 were presented, taking into account various factors, including the 10-week construction window, in-house capabilities, wetlands, permitting requirements, utility lines, and pipeline moves, etc.
These considerations were factored in to determine the road builds that are feasible for in-house execution in 2025. On page 113, it just breaks down the recommended road requests that are optional to do actionable in 2025, with the road ID, description, current landowners, length, and the cost associated with each one of them. And then I also have attached the maps that were attached to the initial applications for each of them. It was just noted that on page 116, so road request 0223, that was the map that was attached to the initial request. However, what's being proposed is just a short stub road down, so it wouldn't be going to the west there. It would just be going down south into that quarter, be doing a turnaround there. And that's reflected in...
Can we bring that page 116 up on the screen, just so we can show everybody what that is?
That's the right one, just
116.
scroll down a little bit, right there.
So it won't be in that L shape at all?
It won't
then?
be in that L shape, it'll just be coming down onto that undeveloped road allowance.
And how far?
turn around.
So it will be approximately 165 meters.
Okay. Oh, Kara, please.
Will there be a cost savings on that?
So it's already reflected in the cost savings that's presented to you. I did not update the map, I just attached the ones that were initially with the applications. That was my mistake there. And, yeah, so I've attached PW 14, miscellaneous road construction request, PW 12 policy, the guidelines for road construction on undeveloped county road allowances. I've attached our Brazeau County minimum design standards for developments. All of the ones presented are presented for doing at a lease road standard. And again, just presented the ones that are feasible in this 10-week window for 2025 construction season, but the full list there is available to discuss as well. We have updated that list on the right-hand side with reasons and maybe holdbacks and what might be the holdup for doing it in 2025. And also have Andy here with a bit more details if there's any questions.
I'll go for questions and comments. Kara first, or Councillor Westerlin?
Thank you. You may not know this, but I was hoping, and I should have probably emailed you. Each road, do we know how long they've been on the road request list?
Yeah, so if we go back to that spreadsheet.
I must have missed it
Tina?
then. Sorry, that was my fault then.
It's okay.
I apologize.
So years waiting, and you see it is colored. So the longer it's waiting, the darker red it is.
I totally missed it then.
So Road 176 has been on the list for 9 years. Road 0223 has been on the list for 6 years. Road 0288 has been on the list for 2 years. Road 0289 has been, that I didn't write down. And Road 0301 has been on the list for 0 years. So 289, how long has that one been on the list for?
2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think Anthony was next, Council.
Well, first of all, I have some questions with the policy too. When we're building these roads to the lease road standards, at least that's what I'm understanding, is that correct? That's the plan, to build them to lease road standard?
That's the direction I received from the in-house road request workshop. So, yeah, we can do them to our regular standard, but it was requested that I move them and the costs associated to a lease road standard. So that's what's being presented today.
And we can build them within their existing right-of-way to, let's say, the normal, usual road standard?
Yeah.
Okay, because if we build them to lease standards, will the school buses go on them?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tight, but then we'll have to widen the approach or build a turnaround there.
Because I know we've had this recent habit of building roads to a lesser standard, like lease road standard. But in my opinion, if we're going to be spending the money, these kind of dollars, some of them are just stub roads like the one in 45 that may be highly unlikely that a higher standard would be needed than lease road. But some of the others that have a greater probability of a bus going down them, I think we should be building them right away to that higher standard rather than building them to a lesser standard, and ones that would likely have to be upgraded fairly significantly should they become more of a through road than that. So I think we need to be reviewing some of that, and that would change the cost of some of these roads.
I do have the costs available for the regular, I guess, normal standard. That was what was presented previously, so I do have those available, but on this current report, it's just lease road standard,
Yeah.
but I could present those today as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe it'd be good if you would, if you can, please do that. That way it gives us at least that piece of information.
I've got that information. So Road 0176, the cost we were given was $192,000, or $192,000, yeah. For Road 0223, the cost we were given was $72,000. For Road 0288, the cost was $350,000. For Road 0289, the cost was $92,640. For Road 0301, the cost was $240,000 for our presentation. With that, I'll go to Councillor Wiltsey.
Oh, Road 0288, Anthony can probably help me with that. I know it was on the road request years and years ago, and then it got taken off for some reason. So it's been on this a lot more than 2 years. I don't know why it was taken off. Like, maybe they just thought it wasn't ever going to happen and it got taken off. I don't know. But I know I never brought it, but I think I have it at home. Yeah, and I know for that particular road, they are just asking for anything, like lease standard. So, okay. Perfect.
Councillor Brooks, you're online. Have you got any questions?
Well, I am online, and I did have some questions as how I was wondering how the lease road standard compares with the normal road that we would build. We do have a cross-section within the agenda package on page 125, but I don't know how it compares. And then I did have the same concern with school buses, whether or not they could utilize the road. And I was also kind of wondering about emergency services, if they would use it. It is on our right-of-way, so I feel like they probably could. But I wonder if they would look at it, say that looks like a lease road, and not go down it. So I was kind of wondering how those groups, whether or not they would utilize them. And I don't know if we just, if administration knows that, or maybe if we have to maybe contact emergency services and contact a busing organization and see if they would use it. I'm not sure.
I believe the concern with the buses is normally the turnarounds, so that would have to be accounted for. If they were looking to have bus access into there, it would be that it would need a larger turnaround. They would be able to travel down Lease Road, but needing that turnaround would be something you'd have to think about. And Andy could speak to the difference between the Lease Road standard and the previous one presented.
So yeah, the normal road we call is about 8 meter wide, and the lease road standard, it drops down to 6.5 meters. And also the ditch depth, it drops to 0.75 meter as opposed to 1 meter. And I mean, if it's on the right of way, so our preference is to build 8 meter wide road, so that yeah, in future we don't have to go back and widen the road, say in future if there is a necessity to If there's going to be a school bus going down, so we'll be again spending. So that's going to be an way extra cost to be more and rebuild this stuff.
I'm going to jump in there. When I looked online, I seen that Strathcona, their roads are 9 meters, and then if they have a collector road, they're running 9.5. Leduc runs 11 meters, and if on collector roads, they're 13 meters wide. Most rural roads are 11 meters, and the collectors are 13 meters. So we don't really compare to other counties. Then we're building them a little narrower. It looks like, anyways.
Yeah, it's been, but yeah, so far our widest road is 8 meters, but over the period of time, it
I'll go
goes
to Councillor Westerland next.
Questions. First is, can you repeat the numbers if we did it to the 8 meter? I just want to make sure
Yes.
I wrote them down because the totals weren't in here and I just want to know the totals.
So 176
Yeah,
was $192,000
Okay.
rather than 80,000.
yep,
The next road, 223, was $72,000 instead of 52,500. Road 0288 was $350,000, not $185,000.
okay,
Road 289 was $92,000, $92,640 versus $55,000. Road 301 was $240,000 versus the $95,000 for
Okay.
the.
thank you. The other comment, and I'll do the total because the total as it stands right now, if I did my math correct, is $467,500, and I haven't done with the total with the new number unless you have that. No, okay, I'll add that up here in a second. My other comment is, I know we're talking about making sure that the roads are built up to standard for school bus and emergency services. My other concern too is if we're building these roads, I believe that they should be done up to what I call a normal standard. Because the other thing we're gonna see is when these roads are put in is future development. The reason we put roads in obviously is to get to people to their properties, but the other piece is to encourage subdivisions and future development. So I think we'd be pretty short-sighted to build roads to a subpar standard, knowing that they're gonna come back in a few years thank you so much, somebody did the math for me, a lot smarter than me, and I'll write that down and I'll give that number in a second, thank you. And if we are a municipality that's promoting ourselves open for economic development, it makes no sense to build a subpar road, to turn around, rip it up, and rebuild again in 5 to 10 years. So that's kind of my thought process on that. Which I would lean towards building a proper road to a proper standard, because we are encouraging development in this community, and I think a subpar road doesn't encourage development. The other piece to it, our CAO did crunch the numbers. We're gonna go, if we do take all 5 of these roads, move them up to a normal standard, it's $946,640.
I'll go to Councillor Heinrich next.
I think Donna had asked about Road 0288. I think it might have been on earlier when, before Barbara Foley at one time. I can't remember why it was taken off, if it was taken off, but that should also be on that sheet that Pippa sent out to us. That would show perhaps its earlier time, if it was on there.
The historical, yes, because Aidan Wagner currently owns it. Prior, it was Barbara Foley for the last 2 years, but prior to that, it was Hazel Buston and somebody else. I do recall that it has been on there previously for a number of years.
Okay, and then if I can continue.
Yes.
There are some roads like the last one that's been, first of all, I don't believe we should be building that road when it was part of a development permit condition that was removed. And other roads in the county have been, developers have been required when they wanted to have subdivisions, they have been required to build these sections of road. Plus, this road is just less than a year of the request, so for sure, that road needs to be removed, 0301, from consideration. And so with that, I would make a motion right away, if that's okay with you, Chair, Mr. Chair? I move that we remove for consideration Road 0301 as on page 113.
Are there any comments from the councillors? Kara?
Mine is another comment for after.
Seeing nothing, I'll call the question. Sorry, okay, Councilor Wiltsey? I didn't see you were late.
I'm just wondering, like, are there other roads that are, that have been waiting before this road?
Yes. So unfortunately, administration, we're just coming from a standpoint of this is late in the year to be deciding what the in-house construction is going to be for 2025. Ideally, this would have been predetermined or be done in the fall. And so I'm only presenting ones that we've looked into that are actionable in 2025. Some have wetlands, have some permitting required, have a lot of utilities to move, pipelines to move, making them not actionable in 2025. So the policy we would love to go by, different standards, like how long it's been waiting, if it builds a through road, how many people it gives access to, have these different factors into play. But due to the time frame we're down at now, I had to only present just what was actionable in 2025 and have council make a decision based on that.
My concern, I guess, with Road 0176 was the fact that there is a 20-inch gas pipeline, the Pioneer pipeline that runs across that property. Is that going to be an issue?
No.
No? Okay. So we still have a motion on the...
I have a quick question.
Councilor Brooks, go ahead.
It's not necessarily on this motion specifically, but I am wondering, as far as the budget goes, where will the money be coming from to build these roads, and how much money is in that is on that line item?
So Councillor Brooks, it would be coming from the road restricted surplus account, and when I checked with finance, there would be 1.4 million available in that. So if we did do, even if it was each of these ones, which I think totaled 946,640, it would be within what's available there.
Councilor Heinrich?
In terms of the roads that are also still on our road list that may have more challenges, I think if we dug into some of them a little more closely, I think we could find one or two more of those that would fit the criteria as well to get them done this year. In past years, and nothing against that, I found that when they've dug in farther, they found that the ones that they thought at initial surveys presented problems, they were able to resolve them and get them done that year. So I would think that we could do the same here with this one as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Andy's gone through this and will be able to speak to this. He's inspected each one of the sites. I don't know if there's anything, so we kind of went through it all the time, and these were the ones that were actionable. I don't know if there's anything that was potentially more actionable, Andy.
Yeah,
Is there anyone specific you wanted us to look into?
No, I
or-
didn't.
Okay.
I didn't
Yeah.
do that in the sense that,
Yeah.
I mean, the one that, I'll leave that more or less for you guys to look into because you have more of the details than what I have, just looking at it from a picture.
Yeah.
But I'm sure, based on previous histories, that once you do a little more research, you would be able to find another road.
sure we can look into that, but if say there are environmental concerns or say where we have to do ground land acquisition, so that's a way long time consuming process.
No, but I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure that, if you look, these were maybe the easy ones. There is some that were probably just a tad more of a challenge.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
So we still have a motion on the table for Road 0301 to remove that from page 113. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Cody, how do you vote?
In favor.
That's 4-2. Oh, those opposed? Dallas and Donna? So my question to council, I'm new here, that would finish the conflict of interest, pecuniary interest for the chair, so I'll invite him back. Thank you.
just removed from the list, okay. All right. So what are you recommending, all of them?
Yeah. So
Oh.
the issue now is we need to cap the conversation because the Reeve wasn't present. In order for him to vote, he needs to have all the previous information. So I will do my best, but I am terrible for putting words into people's mouths, so I will stand corrected if need be. We're just dealing with 0176, 0223, 0288, 0829. There has been some discussion, right now they're in Lease Road Standard, Reeve. There is discussion and has been discussion about them being built up to, I guess, what's the terminology? Normal road to me doesn't sound correct, to county standard. If you have a pen ready, I will give you the numbers.
Which county standard, because we've got a
The
variety of...
the 8 meter top.
An 8-meter top.
Yes, correct.
Oh, okay.
So 076, I'm just gonna pull up the map, just so that you're aware of the conversation and where it's been. So 0716 currently is at 80,000. If we were to take it to the, it's the 8 meter top, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if we were to take it up to, the county standard, it'll be $192,000 instead of the 80,000. The next road underneath will go from 52,500 to 72,000. The road beneath it goes from 185,000 to 350,000. If I'm going too fast, you can tell me to slow down. And then 0289 road will go from 55,000 to 92,640. And I just got to give you the math. We go from
So
there.
I know some of these roads formerly, like the one for Larry Fink, it's going nowhere. Why would you build a high-grade road going nowhere?
So it goes to his 600, so that total goes to 697,000. And then right now, the way it stands, the road that's on page 113, the total is 467,000 actually, but that's not correct because I got to minus the one road out.
So was there discussion on why we would go to a high-grade road when it's not necessary?
So the new number will be 372,000. Okay. So if we were to do the road list as it currently stands with the motions, it's 372,000 total to do to lease road standard. And the total now to do it, the other total to do it to 8 meter, county standard is 697,640.
Donna?
Well, I would like to take a vote on whether we're going to full county standard, because if they don't want that, why would we, I mean, it could be 40 years before somebody might want to, if they just want a lease standard road, why would we put in a bigger one? Like, I know your argument that it will be bringing more people in eventually, but that doesn't happen on all properties, like, the one next to the 288, it would have to be subdivided. It would have to be, in order for them to want any more access, so I don't see why we would, I would just like to keep that one in particular at least road standard.
Glenn and then Kara?
I'll recap too. So I looked online, Reeve, and Strathcona, their standard, their minimum is 9 meters. It's not 8. It's definitely not 6. For collector roads, they're 9.5. For Leduc, their standard is 11 meters. Nothing goes smaller than that. Their collectors are 13 meters.
Can I give you an example? Just today, I'm at my daughter's place, so there's a road there that's at most 7 meters. That's in Strathcona County. So you may have standards, but there's probably lots of roads that are built that aren't at that standard. So, but just because one municipality does something doesn't mean we follow it. Brazeau County has been known as the leader for being fiscally prudent and responsible for the money that we spend of our taxpayers. Right now, there isn't a need for these types of roads, and you can build your base to a much smaller standard, and then as you get growth, you do it. Otherwise, you might just be building these roads for one person.
But when you get that growth, what happens is that we have to go back and then we need the land. And that's where the trouble starts, right? Then we can't get the land to build these roads to the Brazeau County standards.
The
We
standard
build
is
a
built on
66
a 66-foot right-of-way, and we've got that automatically.
But we need that extra 17 and a half on either side a lot of the times.
A lot of times you don't, actually. In fact, Anthony's claim to fame has always been arguing that we don't need to build these wide roads.
I understand that, but so my road on 81 there, it's too narrow. I don't travel it. I don't, like I said, north of there, I do not travel it. It's too narrow. The county built it way too narrow for me. And there's other roads that are just too narrow. The one 474, that road is really narrow, and it's hardly usable at that 6 meter wide is just not wide enough. And it's horrifying. Like I said, for somebody that drives a truck like me, 6 meters, if you're passing somebody, there's not a lot of room on the road to deal with anything. So I prefer, if we're gonna do something, we do fewer roads and we do them to the county standard the first time around.
There are different county standards. That's when everybody says county standards, there's different county standards, right? Right to a highway. But why would we spend this money if we don't need it? It's just a blatant waste of taxpayers' dollars. But I'll go to, we've got a whole list here. We've got Kara, Anthony, Donna, Dallas.
Thank you. If I heard correctly through the chair to administration, there's 1 point, this is coming from the road restricted account, and there's 1.4 million in there?
That's what you anticipated, yeah.
Okay. And the other piece was some of the other conversations, the points I brought up is if we're gonna build these roads, and this county is about encouraging development, the roads should be built properly the first go around, not going back 5 to 10 years to upgrade the road. Generally, we're building roads so people can develop and to subdivide. So that I think should be taken into account. The other issue is when we have lease road standards, it proves to be an issue for school bus access. And I've been here for 15 years and we've had roads come back because school buses will not go down lease roads because they are not insured when they do. As well as emergency services has an issue too as well.
Anthony.
Yeah, I'll speak to my claim to fame, as you had referenced earlier. Building roads on existing road right-of-ways is what I had said. We can build them on 66-foot right-of-ways. We don't always need the 100-foot right-of-ways. That was my comment that I believe you're referencing.
Yes.
But some of these roads too, like that we're building now, that are 6 meter wide surfaces, tops. And by the time you figure that usually your shoulders are never packed as hard as your center of your road. So then when you start coming along with a truck like Glenn references, and if you have two of them, they're really out there on those soft shoulders. And you don't have a road that's, in my opinion, adequately compacted all across its surface to maintain the hardness that we require in order for proper long-term maintenance. Otherwise, we build these roads to 6 meter tops. We have these trucks going out there, they're driving on these shoulders, and we have a lot more maintenance costs. So we can do our proper builds to begin with, or we can pay the price every year by maintenance costs, increased maintenance costs, and increased gravel costs. So I think we're better off doing it the right way the first time, within our 66-foot right-of-way.
Thanks. You agree with what I said, then that's, because you said, once again, 66-foot right away.
Well, what you and I are differing on, I think, is you're suggesting 6 meter lease road surface is adequate. I'm saying no. We should be building it to our standard road on a 66-foot right-of-way that has an 8 meter surface. That's what I'm saying. So that's where you and I are differing.
Donna?
Well, if that is the case, I think we maybe should vote on each road, because putting an 8-meter road on this 288, it doesn't make any sense right now to do that. Farmers don't necessarily want developed roads. They want to keep traffic away from their property usually. I don't know why we're changing or trying to change. Like, I can see it if it's a busy road, but this road is going nowhere for a long time.
Different arguments that you used at different times is all that I've seen. Is that we just heard a comment that we want to build roads so that people can subdivide and develop. Yet, there was discussion here earlier about a road being removed for that very reason. I'll go back to Anthony to finish up, and then Glenn. Yeah, I got him.
When we're building the roads, where as Donna just made a comment, I believe I heard her say something to the effect that these farmers don't want the roads like that. Farmers want the road, and I don't think I've heard too many of them say what standard they want. In fact, if it's a little better standard, I think it would be to their benefit. And second of all, most of them just want the road, so they're not going to be coming in here and trying to tell us how to do our business. We're the ones that are supposed to be sitting here and making decisions that are, in my opinion, the best interest of the public long term.
Should be, you're right. Glenn?
For Councillor Welch, on Road 288, yes, that road is only going to address one person for a little while, but there could be, if we build a proper road, it might spark some more development in that area, and then you would want that wider road for buses. So I think if we're going to do it, we might as well do it right the first time rather than go back and have to redo the work all over again.
Why don't we pave it? Because eventually it's going to get paved. Like, maybe we should just be paving them and then we're done with the maintenance on them. Like, I mean, if we're going to use that argument, you know, we might as well go right to pavement. Donna?
Anthony, I have listened to farmers, and I know that they don't want a lot of traffic past their place. Remember the, what was that? That business that was going to set up over there, and there was going to be like 300 trucks, and holy, the farmers did not want that. I just don't think that it's needed. But hey, if you guys want to pay for it, I'm good.
Dallas and then Kara.
Thanks, Reeve. Yeah, you know, 6.5 meter road tops are more than enough to sustain 90% of what the residents are asking for, and agriculture. Most of these are agricultural roads. I have no issue driving on 6.5 meter top. None at all. I'm just so happy to have a road. Most of the time we're driving in the fields, so to have a road underneath you is quite an advantage. Agriculture likes the smaller grade, the lower elevation, and the gentle ditches, because we travel in and out of the ditches with tractors, with cattle, with quads, side-by-sides, trucks, and we don't always have access to fields. So we don't want high grades. And you'll see on 51 south of 474, there's a upgraded road there, and that ditch is almost 2.2 meters deep, and nobody likes it. It's nobody's advantage to have deep ditches and high grades. That is a cause for concern. The Department of Transportation, the province of Alberta sets standards, and some counties adhere to those standards, but we are not compelled to adhere to the Department of Transportation. After speaking with them, they made it very clear that counties set their own standards, and we have a wide range of standards. We probably have a dozen road standards that we can adhere to, and we need to construct a road to suit the need. I've heard a couple of councillors say that we're gonna come back and tear roads out. We're not gonna tear roads out. If we can build a road that is gonna meet the need, and if it needs to be upgraded down the road 20 years from now, 10 years from now, or 20 years from now, all you're doing is keeping change in your pocket. That's what you're doing. We don't tear the road out. We've never done that. Nobody does that. All you do is you add to the road. You just put more clay on the road, pack it in, and drive it down. If they didn't tear out the QE2 to widen the QE2, they simply added to it. So that's not a problem at all. The only cost you have there is mob and demob. And you just have to procure clay, and away you go again. It's not an issue. I used the road design, Councillor Wiltse struck the nail on the head, the road design south exiting the Mackenzie Centre here in town. It's a windy, narrow, speed bumps, no elevation, no grade at all, but it's designed to slow traffic. That's what residents want. They don't want high grades. They want slow traffic, minimal dust control, and we minimize the speed. That's what people want in most cases. They don't want a high standard road.
These are gonna stand out, some of them are gonna stand out like a sore thumb, the way you're proposing to build
Absolutely.
them.
So we keep money in our jeans. That's what we do. If you can save money for the next 10 years on a road construct just to get access, that's money in your jeans. That's what we need to do.
Kara?
It's 11 o'clock. I can pause my comments for public input.
Okay. All right, it's 11 o'clock. It's public input time right now. It's an opportunity for an unannounced or an unprepared statement or lobbying initiative. We ask that you be respectful of council and staff and that direct all your questions through the chair. The floor is open for anybody that has any comments. Yeah, we need you to come to the microphone. So state your name for the record and what your issue is.
My name's Alice Shelafu, and I'm a resident of Lodgepole Hamlet.
Okay.
So I have a few concerns with the sale of the training center to the private member sovereign group that bought it. They did have a meeting Monday or Tuesday? Nope, Saturday. Thank you. And so some of us were there, and I have some concerns between what they have put on videos that they're going to do and what they were talking about on Saturday that they're going to do. So one of the things that concerned me was that they said they will do anything to realize the dream of what they want to do, which is a private member sovereign community, self-governing, and not following necessarily the permits, regulations, licenses that the rest of us in that community have to follow. So they're sorry, a little nervous, first time here.
That's all right. No, take your time.
Yeah, exactly. So their self-governing private member organization is going to be bringing in members from BC to Ontario, is what they told us. And they're going to teach them how to forage. And I have a grave concern about the environmental issue for Brazeau County if we're going to be having people from across Canada coming here to learn and forage with this particular group in our area. They told us they are protected from personal liability because the property was purchased by a trust. So I've owned a lot of properties, and I've never considered that my personal liability might be an issue because of the way that I function myself. So that leads me to some concerns of why do they have to be protected from liability themselves? Does Brazeau County have the liability then for whatever they do there? The land use, fire, low water table? Does the hamlet itself have the liability? I don't know if it's Brazeau County or the hamlet. How are we protected? So they're protecting themselves, but that's the sovereign group that is self-protecting. What does that put onto us as a community and the Brazeau County? They told us that they did their own fire safety inspection. Isn't there safety codes inspections necessary? The video that they had told us that there would be 9 to 14 businesses operating within the location, leasing to help cover their costs. So they did mention in the video Blackfoot Medicine, Pick, Pack and Pull, Organic Beef and Greens, YYC Rocks. There was websites for those, which would lead me to believe it's a business. Is there not any licensing? Is there not any thing that they have to meet to operate that many businesses out of one residence? Some of those websites have disappeared since that time. So the meeting, they also stated they are all personal for their private sovereign group. So does that mean that's not a home business now, or it is a home business? And they did offer for us to anybody in the community to be able to exchange and barter. So is that a loophole from we have a business that we're selling things to I'll trade you for a quilt, and neither one of us are running a business within the county? We were told that they are self-governing, sovereign, private member group, and they don't believe in the licensing permits. There's really no need for all of that government. The video stated they would create their own hamlet. So they asked us if there was a mayor of Lodgepole, to which of course we said no. So then I looked that up, and they can create their own mayor. What they need is to chair a multi-member governing body, and their mayor can be selected from their own council or board. So now, as a member of the Lodgepole Hamlet, are they going to have a mayor, and how does that affect the residents that have been here for decades and decades? How does that affect the liability for Brazeau County or the residents of Lodgepole Hamlet? Their chairperson said that he would do anything to realize this dream, not in a friendly term. This needs to be a fundamental and grave concern for all of Brazeau County, in my opinion, not just the residents of the hamlet of Lodgepole. The land use and environmental user-fraught effects will go to the entire Brazeau County. The residents will have possibly 4 people, is what they told us, and others coming and staying and leaving. So I did check our bylaws for Brazeau County, and it states that a residence is for family. That definition is marriage, common law, and blood. So they consider their entire sovereign group of private members their family. They made that extremely clear. So all of those people are protected by the trust. Their family could be hundreds or thousands across Canada. And so now that doesn't meet the Brazeau County bylaw of marriage, common law, and blood. So who monitors who is in the residence, how many are in the residence, and what is their usage within our county? We were told there's asbestos, but there's no need to do anything if we just leave it as is. So how will we know if anyone there changes things? They don't believe in permits and licenses. So if they're changing things and that asbestos is coming out, how do we even know that? A private member sovereign group skirting and researching loopholes creates a lot of concern for me in my community of not only Lodgepole, but Brazeau County. We apply for licenses and permits. I have insurance, but I've never stated to anybody that that covers me from liability. So those statements, for me, are very concerning. And as a sideline, at the meeting, they did comment that myself and one other person appeared to be the people that they were going to be concerned with. So I'm not really sure if I need to be afraid. How do I personally deal with the fact that they know where I live and they have decided that they will do anything to realize their dream? Nobody will hold them back. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. This is why I'm not at your office.
I just can't find it.
Yeah.
May I? Just the previous speaker had talked about some of her personal safety being at risk. Would you maybe come back down and just state that again, the RCMP are present? Just reiterate the pieces about the threats that you've faced.
Okay, that would be great, thank you. So I have developed fear since the meeting on Saturday from the private member sovereign group that held a meeting about what they're going to do with the training residents that they purchased. They talked about how they would do anything to realize their dream. They talked about how if we control our people, they'll control their people. They talked about making sure that the problem people could not slander, could not, do anything to sideline their vision. And I don't know if I call him the chair or the master, or whatever, of their family, had commented that myself and one other woman or person I should say, in that group were the ones that they were going to be watching and concerned with. And so to be singled out in that group as you are a problem person, they know where I live. My husband received an invitation to the next group meeting by email. He never gave them his email. He doesn't know how they got it. And I did not receive that invitation. So I do feel that I have been singled out. And that leaves me in a position of fear, which I never would have thought I would feel in Lodgepole or Brazeau County.
Thank you. All right, the floor is still open.
Hello, my name is Renee Walker. I'm the other person that they pointed out. I first would like to express my severe disappointment with this council, actually, because I had emailed all of you before this meeting happened, and I tried to tell you our concerns. And I know at least one of the councillors has gotten back to me and shared the invite that this group had given, and nobody showed up. And we went into this group to speak to them, and we were completely unprepared for what we were given. Being curious, I had looked on the website to see what this group had intended to use, because it sounds very exciting. There's going to be development, maybe some money, some tax things, like, you know, it'd be lovely to see Lodgepole developed in a good way. So when I went onto the website, or to see these online videos, they talked about how they didn't need permits to put up any sort of structures. They talked about an animal tanning facility as well as an animal processing facility, a facility where they examine human blood for nanotechnology. It was quite expansive, everything that they wanted to do here. So we had some questions, and we did go to the meeting. And the way the meeting started out was they told us that if somebody name called them, because there had been things said on Facebook about the particular uniqueness of this group, that we would face consequences, whatever those consequences would be. So that's how the meeting started out. We then proceeded to ask whatever questions we could about the usage. We asked about the 4 businesses that were supposed to be in there. They didn't really reply. We didn't get a lot of answers. They did show us their currency. They did offer to trade their currency with us for goods and services. And they also, the one gentleman also said that he had pulled his own permits and that he had signed his own fire usage. Whatever. I am not a politician. I'm not a fireman. I'm not an architect or an engineer. They have, on their website, they had a plan of deepening the well and having a storage vault. There's so many questionable uses for this school, and all we want is answers. I understand as private citizens, everybody's allowed to do a little bit of what they want on their own property. I do not have an issue with somebody's religion, belief system, whatever, but if it endangers my property or the people in my neighborhood, I am concerned. I'm concerned about the release of, potentially hazardous material when they tend to do renovations or if renovations are happening. The meeting ended. It was, once again, I can't believe that we didn't have any county representatives there. I'm so disappointed because this is something that really is going to affect the whole county. And the meeting ended, and that's when one gentleman said to us, "If you control your people, I'll control mine." What does that mean? I feel threatened. I feel singled out, just like my neighbor. What do we do with this? Where do we go from here? Once again, I'm not an architect, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a lawyer, but if I can see something wrong with this project, then I think the people that are experts that are work for our community should be able to as well. That is it.
Finished? All right, Glenn?
Just on that, to comment on that, that correspondence, you'd given me that email, I think, and I did say that I was gonna go, and I know that there was a couple of other councillors that were planning to go. We received a letter, correspondence, and after reading it, we're advised to not go. So that's why we didn't go. But the intention was to go, but that got derailed with a letter. So I apologize for that, but there's just nothing we could do. I would just say keep an eye out, and you have the police here, you have our CPOs here. I mean, if you see something, say something.
Anybody else? Yeah.
Sorry, just if I can further clarify Councillor Gunderson's comments about we were advised not to go. We have legal advice not to go. Just, I want to be that very clearly. Legal advice has advised this council not to go.
I think sometimes we just have to eat it, Kara and Glenn. You could be divulging something that could be used against you or a council. And so I would suggest that we make no comment based on the legal advice, and not to disclose that. But, all right, and it's because we're looking after your interest from a tax point of view. We try to minimize losses where we can. Go ahead, you come to the microphone there.
My name is James Farlog. I've been living in Cynthia forever, and I have a few concerns from a few of the residents that have been living there. Hang on here. I have a note or a letter from Bert and Donna Simmons for their properties in there, and I'll just read what they have written down here. They spoke to Councilman Gunderson, and they are saying, I am a resident of Cynthia, and my wife, Donna Simmons, and I have multiple resident property in Cynthia. I would like to raise concerns over non-compliant sidewalks along 55th Avenue, as well as very poorly constructed drain ditches throughout Cynthia. First, the sidewalks do not meet code, and they are a safety risk to residents, as notified multiple times. Request April 7th, 22, motion 677/21-0803 and 71121-08-17. I myself have fell into the ditches while snow blowing. These sidewalks, luckily, I was not hurt. The likelihood of someone hurting themselves, residents' emergency services, is very high, and the severity of injury given to the age of the Cynthia residents is also very high, leaving the county open to lawsuits. The drainage ditches do not work as the pool of water in front of all the homes, as they do not flow due to the incorrect sloping designs as reported to many of the county employees that are in Cynthia regularly. I would like to suggest the solution that is supported by other residents, that the county install culverts the full length of 55th Avenue, both sides, and fill the ditches, both sides of the street, with gravel. Sidewalk issues will go away, drainage ditches issues go away, parking issues will go away, as the extra space along the road will provide parking for residents. Happy Cynthia residents, and much safer for all, reduces the risks of the Brazeau County. I am not able to attend the meeting today, as I have to work, but I would like to read my email into the minutes. Just on a separate note, why the meeting held during the weekday when the body cannot attend them? These important meetings should be held in the evening to increase attendance, which would support better decisions made by council and representative of Brazeau with a better understanding of citizens' needs. This is from Bert Simmons from 4905 55th Avenue. I myself live at 4902 55th Avenue, and my sidewalk is 30 inches deep. And when they installed the culvert, it is straight down. The gravel underneath my sidewalk is to the point now I can see light underneath the gravel because it's just falling away. And the culvert is the same size as my sidewalk. So it's a straight 30-inch drop down into the bottom of the ditch. And when you guys did the road, you narrowed it 6 feet when they paved it. So the only way I could see is put 3 feet of gravel on each side to widen it, because the school bus has a tough time turning that corner. So you guys put parking, no parking on one whole side where people used to park. Now they can't. So now everybody parks on the other side of the street, which blocks homes, where some people here are handicapped and they can't park in front of their homes because everybody's parking right along the whole street from the other side. So that causes issues. You guys repaired the back issue of my yard with the ditch, with the culvert, which was greatly appreciated, because my backyard would flood to halfway through my property every year. You guys put a culvert in. The other 2 houses down, another culvert should be put in there, because that holds water lots in their backyards. The only other concern I had was Highway 621 for all the wide loads that are coming down, because sometimes there is no pullouts along that main stretch from the hills down. And when they come along, they stop you either right in Cynthia before they cross the bridge, and you have to sit there, or go around Lodgepole to get back into town. So I didn't know, like, if you guys, I know you guys are trying to get that road paved and maybe some pullouts extra, which would be awesome in there. But I'm just concerned, because like when you guys did the ditches, it was supposed to be better than what it was. And we only had a 9-inch ditch before, and now we're 30 inches. And even when I cut the grass on the side from my fence down into the bottom of your ditch, I can't do it with a lawnmower, because I'll fall, because it's probably like a 28-degree angle. And I have to sit on a riding tractor and sit right on the top of the seat to cut that, because it's just, it is too steep for somebody just to cut. So those are my concerns. Those are Burton and Donna Simmons' concerns. I know Rick Jackson has a concern about parking, because he's parking in front of the handicapped people, so that was it. I thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Andy's gonna solve all your problems. See, that got you going there. Thanks. Yeah, we're aware of that, and there has to be something done. I think it's gonna take a required motion by council to set up a meeting out there and see what the best solutions are. I know we did that once already, but maybe we didn't get the right advice, so.
So my name's Glenda Curtis, and I live at 4914 55th Ave in Cynthia. And when I get my scooter going, if I so much as make a mistake and it tips over and goes into that ditch, if that scooter lands on me, I will have no way to get that off me. And then when I drive my vehicle close to the sidewalk, and then I want to carry my groceries, one of those wagons that you get from, just any normal store, to put my groceries in, and then try to pull it off that sidewalk, it's just not working. It won't work. So we were requesting something temporary there for me. I also had multiple surgeries and have an unsteady gait, and I do wear braces most of the time, but in the winter I can't. I have to wear like boots to support my legs and to support me enough so that I can walk. And I have, I'll sometimes veer to the right or veer to the left, and it's just really dangerous for me. So.
That we have to address.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Donna?
Yeah. Before the lodgepole group goes, I was hoping that Kathleen could come and talk about bylaws and permits. Oh, okay, sorry. Well, no, go ahead.
I'll let Gary, you can come right after Gary. Everybody's welcome to come to the microphone.
My name's Gary Mastry, and I'm concerned about these 5 roads that you're putting on the thing to build and stuff. I was on council years ago, and most of the time anybody come in for stuff like this, they had to build the road to county standards themselves. And I noticed on here that you don't get road widening for the future. Like from me, you got it on both sides, one on the east side and one on the north side. And also I had to do a water study in Rocky Rapids where the wells flow and everything. And nobody has to do that anymore according to this here, the way I read it. And like I say again, and you even got it in here where like school buses will not go down to the end unless you have road widening and make it bigger so they can have a turnaround, or ambulances can't go. Why would we start building stuff where we can't have all this happening? Like, I mean, I know it costs more money, but do it right the first time. And Dallas said that we haven't redone roads. Well, the road running past my place, at one time they dug it all half up, took it over to the sewer part over there, and then brought new dirt and put all on the road. And it's still falling apart today because lots of the places you didn't get road widening, even at full length there. Like, at one time you couldn't even get a subdivision without getting road widening. And then even in these pictures on here, you can see where there's road widening up to a certain point, and then it goes back down where you're going to rebuild now. ask for these things to begin with, and if a farmer wants to go down and use the road, your lease road or your road, let him build it according to what he wants and go down there. But if we're building it for the public and the rest of the people, build it right the first time. That's all I'm saying, and it costs less money in the long run to get it done that way. Does anybody have any comments? I'm just saying, like, I've seen so many, or should I get everybody that had to pay for all this stuff before to come in and ask you for their money back because everybody else now doesn't have to?
No, that's not the way it goes, Gary. We build roads for lots of different uses, and we still do that. I don't expect you put any money into your road. Did you?
No, the road was built before, but I had to pay for the approaches and the engineering, and I had to give up my land on both sides, some of it. I don't see that on any of it.
Okay. Glenn, then Donna, then Kara.
I appreciate the experience you bring as you were a past counselor, and I agree with you, Gary.
Well, I mean, if we're going to build these other guys' roads, we should build Dallas's too, then. He's been asking for a long time, so just do it Mickey Mouse type and get it done.
That's one
Thank
of
you.
the options. Yeah, thanks. Well, I'm trying to get ratepayer stuff in here. Go ahead, state your name for the records and what's your solution?
Good morning, my name's Wendy Ray, and I'm also a resident of Lodgepole. I'm very concerned about the tyranny, really, that's going on out there. I mean, for people to publicly disclose that they're not going to follow the rules. Now, I know the county might feel threatened, but I also feel threatened. Somehow they got my email too. I got invited to their next group meeting. Numerology is involved. I mean, they don't start things at 10 o'clock. They start at 10:11, and the next thing is at 10:17. And there's blood involved, numerology. I guess I can't use certain words here because I might get sued. That's what they told me. They have their own legal. So, I mean, are we strapped because of fear? So we've got numerology. We've got something to do with blood. There was it's the moon cycle, that's involved. I don't know, I feel like we need direction. I mean, I'm not worried about them gathering things. I'm not even worried if they rip the school apart. I'm worried about them being beyond the law. And I mean, if we have to take all this to the police or to our county officers because our county's strapped because they feel threatened as well, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I don't think that we feel threatened. I think we're just following legal advice, Wendy.
Okay,
And
so I mean,
and the reason you follow legal advice is to minimize the damages and the costs that could
Yes,
impact
that's why I
you.
can't say the C word because that might come back on me, right?
What's the C word?
Well, I was threatened publicly that. Okay, that's all I have to say. Yeah.
Oh. All right. I stand, Kara corrected me. Go ahead.
First, I'm going to have to apologize. I'm very severely hearing deficit, so I haven't heard anything that's been going on. Laugh with everybody else, but don't hear. Okay, I'm a resident of Cynthia. My property is in a corner lot, and I have ditches on two sides of my property. Ditches that don't drain anything. The water stagnates, it sits in the ditch, it stagnates, it's a breeding ground for mosquitoes. I'm inundated with horse flies, mosquitoes, hornets, every summer, all through the summer and that. And I've mentioned it multiple times to the young gentlemen that come out and do work around that and everything else. And they said, oh yeah, we'll look at it, we'll pass it up to our superiors and everything else. It's never been done. And so I've come here today to say, could you please put culverts in so we don't have all that stagnant water? And like I said, it's a breeding grounds for all kinds of critters and that. And it's very, like, I put up for it for 5, going on 6 years now, and it doesn't get better. Every year I have a hard time going out in the, doing any gardening, doing any yard work or anything else like that, because I'm fighting majorly, for me, horse flies and that. So I'm requesting that something be done about that. Thank you very much.
You got a commitment from council to take a good look at this.
Carol Curtis. I am so sorry about that.
All right. We've got culverts now and we've got Carol, so 2 more C words. All right. All right, go ahead, we'll take you. Is this the last person that's up to speak? Because we've got an appointment with the RCMP that we have to deal with as well. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Ellie Tremblay, and I'm from Cynthia. And I'm not going to repeat everything you've already heard, but my concerns are the same. And I just want to let you know that, yeah, I'm supporting it, so.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys taking the time to come here. It shows your commitment to your community.
My name is Diane Holdner, and I live in Cynthia too. And my concerns are exactly the same as everyone else's, and we have the corner lot on the other side. The only concern I have too is, like, I don't know if the so-called mayor of Cynthia, who is Mitch, who has the bar, Sin City Bar, whatever you call it, okay, the campground. But the thing is too, is like he came around with a petition because he's trying to sell, and there is a lot of places in Cynthia that are really like run down, like people don't look after it, like the greenhouse that has been there forever, and it keeps getting permits and permits and permits, and he never finishes it. It's an eyesore. And there's some people in their backyards that people have to build 6-foot fences because it's junk and they won't remove it. And that's what concerns me, because I try to keep my property beautiful. You know what I mean? I keep on trying, and even people have come by and said, yeah, because I have lots of flowers and I look after it. It's just that, when one person next door to you, never cuts their lawn, and then you're trying to keep your place nice, and it makes everybody else's not, what is it? It hurts the real estate around there. Do you know what I mean? Like, some people take care of their places, That's all I had to say.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks for coming down. All right, is there anybody else? Hope, no. Nobody else wants to say anything? All right, well, what I'm going to do, I better ask online, there was anybody online that had something to contribute? Okay, if there's nobody else there that has anything else to contribute, I'm going to come out of the...
Hi, excuse me.
Oh, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jennifer McPherson. I live in Cynthia as well, on 55th Avenue. I do have a corner lot. And again, the same thing. I've got the ditches on both sides that, just like Carol, infested with black flies and mosquitoes. My sidewalk is actually, I measured it last night, it is 23.5 inches wide and straight down culvert concrete on both sides of it. Yeah, just the same thing as everybody else. We've all got the same problem.
There, appreciate that. Rudy, we've made some notes here, I assume, of the issues that we need to maybe put on the agenda today for discussion and some sort of a meeting date or a solution maybe that we need to deal with that. So as long as we've got that captured. Kara?
We just have the RCMP in the room. They're not here for anything other than I think they were here just to hear comments. Okay, I just didn't know if you had anything to add in. Just listing for comments, correct?
Any questions for us? Do you need any clarification? Hard for me to give you shit not to come down to the microphone. But anyway, I got your point there, so I've got to come in and see you guys today sometime, so I can apologize then. So, thanks for coming in. If you do have any questions, let us know. I appreciate the support you guys give us. It's nice that you guys hear this stuff firsthand too. So, we're gonna move in. We had another appointment. Are you folks from the ERCB? Okay, you're sitting there so quiet. Go ahead, Donna. To what? Oh, okay. Donna says that there was somebody here to give some information in regards to what kind of permit. I know this is kind of short notice. Usually you have time to prepare, but
Reeve, if I may, Councillor Wilsey had asked about having some follow-up with respect to some of the comments that were made about permits in Lodgepole, but there's been no permits that have been applied for to date. So I think that was all the information that we were looking for.
I think the question would be, are they required to get permits?
Yes.
Okay. That's short.
Depending on what it is that they are looking to do, and they can't self-inspect as well. We would require qualified provincial inspectors to do that work.
Right. Yeah, I don't think you can inspect your own fire equipment. So. All right. We got support from the ERCB already. What's that, Donna?
Through the chair to our CAO. So when that is not happening, what is the recourse from the residents of Lodgepole? What can they do to see that those permits are getting made, or like what do we do?
Through the Reeve, that's a great question, and I think that question applies to any resident that does any work in any place in the county. What do we do if they don't apply for a permit? It's difficult to proactively track that stuff, but we operate on a complaint basis, and we try to get people to adhere to those permits. And as I think we've discussed before, a lot of the permitting, the inspection process is provincially legislated as well.
All right, so you're a little bit protected that they require a permit, and if they don't, then we have to go down an enforcement process.
Yep.
To the county. For county stuff, unless they're doing something illegal criminally, then you do that. But as far as not getting a toaster permit or something, they're responsible to do that. And if not, our bylaw guys will enforce a bylaw infraction. Yeah, you talk to the county staff. You see how I deflect that, Ryan? All right, so we've got the ERCB. Thanks for being so patient, but we have interesting meetings sometimes. You got to come down to the microphone and state your name for the records. Yeah, you can use this one here, and we can hear you better, and then we record what you say so that we can hold it against you later.
Okay.
slide if you are, okay, if that's all right. I'll try to stand at the mic and talk, I tend to move. But yeah, so my name is Kelsey McCormick, and I'm a Director of Geology and Resources with the Alberta Geologic Survey and Alberta Energy Regulator. And I'll let my colleague introduce herself.
And I'm Shauna Cartwright. I'm a director with the Alberta Energy Regulator, previously ERCB, responsible for the mandate expansion work that recently happened within the organization and in the province. And we've got Jessica Kent, I think, online. She's one of our I've got Jessica Kent is one of our regional engagement specialists. I think she's online joining us today, but she'll help us take notes, and if there's any questions, she can help us respond.
I come from that as well too, about all the opportunities for rare earth metals and things like that.
Yeah, so Anthony had been at the Thank You, the Pembina Area Synergy Group meeting, and had asked us to come and present similar information, and we've tweaked it a little bit for the specific county to help illustrate the work that's been done in the province. Maybe next slide, please. So I'm going to start with kind of a brief overview of the AER, the mandate expansion strategy, which includes regulating deep geothermal energy and minerals, and kind of our key timelines and the key milestones. And then we'll do an overview of the Alberta Geological Survey's public geoscience program specific to our mandate expansion, and the information sharing about mineral potential specific to this county's needs and interests. So I think next slide, sorry. Adapting on the fly. So I'll just start with a quick overview of the AER for people who are maybe not as familiar with us. So that starts with our mission, which is to provide for the efficient, safe, orderly, and environmentally responsible development of energy, mineral resources in Alberta through our regulatory activities. So it's that mineral part that's new to us. Over the past several years, AER has been focused on modernizing and streamlining the regulatory tools and systems while ensuring this mission is upheld. And that continues to be a priority focus in our new regulatory areas that have just come to our authority. Next slide, please. So the AER regulates one of the world's largest energy sectors with one of the world's strongest regulatory regimes. Canada is actually the 5th largest energy producer. Alberta's fossil fuel production, all under AER's purview, accounts for 2/3 of the total Canadian energy production. We've now been tasked with regulating the deep geothermal resources as well as brine-hosted and rock-hosted minerals, not just oil and gas. So you can see our oversight in the emerging resource space has really grown, especially as the existing mineral operators have moved over to us from Alberta Environment. So we've got 35 rock-hosted mineral surface mines and 5 brine-hosted mineral facilities and wells. Helium was a late addition to the Government of Alberta's critical minerals list, and so while it's not explicitly on here, it's in that oil and gas bucket at the top. We do have 6 gas wells reporting helium production volumes and 3 gas plants reporting helium in Alberta. Next slide, please. So the AER has just under 1,000 employees, and we've got very dedicated, talented inspectors, technical specialists, scientists, investigators, engagement specialists, mediators, lawyers, regulatory experts, and many other specialists. We're located throughout the province. We've got 10 locations on the map, including, of course, the Drayton Valley one by the McDonald's there that you're probably familiar with. Our head office is in Calgary. We have a very large regional office in Edmonton, where Kelsey and I have both traveled from this morning. And we've got field centers throughout those key locations. Next slide. So the AER is a life cycle regulator, and as you're likely familiar, we're responsible for regulatory oversight of all the phases of energy resource development, including exploration, initiation, where stakeholders would follow our application processes, construction, operation, and closure through final remediation and reclamation of the sites. Our regulations follow the Government of Alberta's policy direction. And so our role versus the government's is that the government directs us on the what, specifically the oversight of mineral resource development and the where and the tenure that goes along with the mineral rights. That's all within their purview, and we're responsible for the how, and that's being done through this regulatory framework that's been newly created. I want to speak really broadly just about the overall mandate expansion program. Our work stems from two critical government policies, the renewables policy and the critical minerals policy. And all of our work has been aligned with the government's desire to diversify our economy. This slide just gives a quick summary of what we were expected to achieve and the value we hope to create for stakeholders by implementing this mandate expansion work. At a high level, the purpose of this work is to implement those two policies, and it has two major desired outcomes. The first is to establish the AER as the life cycle regulator for deep geothermal and minerals, and the second is to enhance public geoscience for the province. So the public geoscience has been led by the Alberta Geological Survey, and it's illustrated in that top tile on the left. That helps to inform the regulatory decisions and provides data about resource certainty. And we've developed regulatory instruments to enable our effective regulation of the new emerging resources. Regulatory clarity is supported by clear and predictable requirements, which are designed to encourage innovation. To help ensure our requirements are clear, we conducted robust public engagement programs throughout the province, which really aimed at increasing transparency and awareness. Public input was collected during the development of the regulatory instruments, and the feedback was used to enhance our requirements. It also validated the assumptions that we made during the development of those regulatory controls. We've been working on providing regulatory certainty for regulated parties. We've been working internally to ensure we have all of the right tools and the people in place to be able to train the skills appropriate to oversee these emerging sectors. This work will continue on the coming years as we focus on modernization, regulatory clarity, operationalization, and regulatory stewardship. This includes creating new systems that will allow us to make efficient data-informed regulatory decisions and monitor compliance and performance of regulated parties. So as I mentioned, this work is supported by the ongoing work of the Alberta Geological Survey, or AGS, to enhance that knowledge of Alberta's critical minerals and geothermal potential, and Kelsey's going to speak more about that shortly. I think this is my last slide, and it just outlines really the major timelines and milestones that have occurred since 2020. So this has happened very quickly to be able to have 2 new acts, 3 new sets of rules, a number of directives put in place, and a full regulatory system so that any of these operations are able to apply for, develop, and close in compliance with the new requirements. So spring of 2024 marked the final proclamation milestone, and as of that date, we've been able to accept applications for all of these new emerging resources. It's important to note that the Mineral Resource Development Act empowered the AER to oversee all minerals, from lithium to limestone, gold, silver, vanadium, and uranium, things that have not been developed in this province. There are some exceptions. Sand, gravel, peat, marl, ammonite, and clay still are dealt with by Alberta Environment. And I think the other interesting one is helium is noted as part of your expanded mandate. It's not technically a mineral. It is included in the Government of Canada's critical minerals list, though. And so it has unique properties that makes it irreplaceable for various industries, and for those reasons we're seeing an increased interest in activity, but we do regulate helium under the standard oil and gas legislation. There's not a new framework for that. It's still dealt with as any other well in the province. And so with that, I'm going to pass it to Kelsey to speak about the AGS has their critical work and the data and the tools that they've developed.
Do you have maps where all these critical minerals are at, like coal and oil?
We do.
Oh,
Kelsey has
okay.
a lot of maps.
All right,
You
well,
get your phone ready too, because there's
like
QRs
maps.
you can scan.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you very much for having us here today. So as I mentioned, my name is Kelsey McCormick, and I'm the Director of Geology and Resources with the Alberta Geological Survey. And a big part of what we do is collect information on all of Alberta's resources. And it's about understanding the surface geology and the subsurface geology and how these are all interacting. It's understanding Alberta's resources as a whole, and I think most importantly, it's about making sure that we find effective ways of communicating this information with Albertans. It's for a whole variety of reasons. We want to make sure that we're providing it to phenomenal groups such as yourself to understand what resources are in specific jurisdictions and how some decisions could impact those resources or that potential. It's also about making sure that we're engaging with the Alberta Energy Regulator, ensuring we've got robust scientific information and data to support decision making, and as well for all Albertans so that they can better understand what resources are in their backyards and under their feet and all surrounding them. So Alberta, the Alberta Geologic Survey has been in existence. It's been the province's survey for over 100 years. And you know, the ironic part about it is although Alberta was not really thought of as being a mineral province for quite a few years, the first publication of the Alberta Geologic Survey was actually on minerals. So it's nice to kind of see that kind of full circle come back around here. So next slide. So since 2021, and what we're really here to talk about today are things related to the mineral potential, looking at geothermal, and as Shauna had mentioned, helium. That's really what the program that was initiated in 2021, the Mineral Strategy and Action Plan, was really focused on. $25 million was provided by the government to understand Alberta's mineral potential. And the reason for this is all of these the provinces and territories, they had already been putting quite a bit of money towards understanding mineral potential, and Alberta had not. We had really always been focused on or thought of as an oil and gas province. So what was really important here was that those dollars were provided to just collect information data, to understand, do we actually have the minerals, or is it really something you see more in Northwest Territories? It's not really an Alberta thing. I'm happy to report critical minerals are absolutely in Alberta, and we actually have quite an abundance of them. So this program was really, really, really key in helping us better understand those occurrences and better make sure, exactly to your point, we get that information out in ways that people can understand what's in their various jurisdictions. So next slide. So here we go. This is actually the mineral potential map of Alberta. This is really exciting stuff. Hopefully by the end of it, we'll have people a lot more excited about it. But yeah, this is really showing Alberta's mineral potential. Now I'm really happy, this is the previous version. There's a new version that is literally coming out very, very, very shortly, and you're gonna see some areas of expanded potential because we've collected new data and we've learned about new occurrences. But if you just click the next slide, it should run through a little bit of a quick animation there. What you're gonna see coming up here on the right-hand side, these are all the different data types that were pulled together to better understand mineral potential, and it's not really clicking through. So maybe, there you go. Maybe, sorry, Tina, if you're having to click through it, maybe Shauna can drive Arrow?
Sorry. Just the arrow.
Yeah, it is normally set up to just go on a bit of a loop, but so as you're just seeing here, it's not really important per se what exactly those dots represent, but what I want to really get across here is this was a full provincial, very holistic look at where was it going to be of greatest impact for us to collect information and data to understand that potential. And based on this, we've now gone in, looked at that data, and we're now finding currently, the team's working right now, is planning the field program for this summer on where else we can go have a look for new information and data to, again, help provide that context to you fine people here about what do we need to know about mineral potential and what do we want to think about in terms of our short, medium, and long-term planning. So right here what you're seeing is that kind of culmination of all of that data kind of put together. And again, the big new take-home story here is the fact that really we didn't really leave any stone unturned, pun intended. Thank you, Rudy. That in terms of looking at mineral potential across the province. So, and maybe actually, sorry, Shauna, just one thing before I go forward. I do want to say, you know, there's been a lot, and you guys are hearing critical minerals. We're all hearing critical minerals mentioned in the news every day. This is one thing that's been a key cornerstone of this program, is for us to be very adaptable and nimble So as critical minerals, we've got our critical mineral list, but some of those, I'd say, are becoming almost super critical. So we are being very adaptive to pivot and focus our efforts on those key commodities of interest, where not only are we seeing potential in the province, but we're seeing increased interest globally. So that's been one. Very, very interesting. You guys will likely have heard in the news rare earth elements being mentioned across the globe, and lots of, difficult things and conversations happening in terms of the search for rare earth element opportunities. Alberta has quite a number of rare earth element opportunities in various areas of the province. Uranium's another big one. Vanadium, which is really critical for steel manufacturing and renewable or as a source of energy supply. So these are a couple ones that you'll likely be hearing in conversations in the news. And again, happy to report we've got quite some interesting potential in the province.
They seem to follow the eastern slopes, or at least the concentration of dots from what I'm looking at there. So it seems like they concentrate, they swing over to Fort McMurray, but all along the foothills there, it seems like there's quite a concentration, which follows the oil and gas as well.
Yeah, so absolutely. That's exactly what you're seeing. So along the slopes, and this is very common in other areas of the country, where you've got some of those deep, deep basement Precambrian rocks thrust up to surface, that's where there's the certain mineral potential was going to be highest. So we've learned that from looking at what's happened in BC, up through Yukon. So learning what we knew there, we knew what to be targeting, what minerals, commodities we were likely going to be finding along those the western slopes there of Alberta. So absolutely, you've got that. Another really, the vanadium, the big vanadium story is in the oil sands. Uranium, we've got quite a belt that extends from Saskatchewan over to Alberta. So there's really interesting potential for a number of these critical minerals in varying areas of the province. And what we've got coming up in a couple slides is we have actually just focused in on the Clearwater and Brazeau counties to show
I was just going to ask there if you got some special maps for us.
We do, absolutely. But just in case you're interested in looking, if you're interested in looking at yourself and zooming into the map, or you want to know about mineral potential in other areas of the province, this is a QR code that will take you to our Alberta Interactive Mineral Map. This is a really great way that we're finding as ways to communicate, engage with people about mineral potential in wherever portion of the province they're interested in and on whatever commodities you're interested in. So this is very much a bit of a choose your own adventure in exploring mineral potential by using, and by a way we're kind of looking to really evolve the way we share information and data by using these interactive mapping application formats. Again, it lets you choose what you're interested in and where you're interested in learning more. So yeah, thank you.
How did they acquire this data? Via seismic, satellite, history?
Yeah, all of the above. Yeah, that's exactly, but it's a great question because Alberta's vast and it's hard to sometimes get out to areas of the province. So where we could, we've leveraged satellite imagery, we've done airborne. We actually conducted the largest airborne geophysical study in Canadian history that's been done to cover Alberta. So we didn't do it at such a tight resolution that it's, could say, what industry would typically do. We were really targeting at finding that sweet spot to identify areas of potential, to encourage if there was areas where there might be something happening, and then people can go in and explore it further. But we've used satellites, airplanes, and then where we really need to go out and get specific samples, we actually have teams go out and boots on the ground. We had a 3 weeks field program. They were out for 3 weeks this past summer, and we'll be doing another one this summer as well.
So we formed a committee called the Western Economic Corridor, and that's one of the things that we're looking at is what do we got for rare earth metals, but we don't have all the resources to be able to run our own seismic entities. So we're looking for solutions in that regard so that we can get more detailed data for Brazeau County.
We should talk. And there's lots of information we can provide on that, and the data that we're showing here is what's publicly available, but new data is being published like almost weekly at this point. So new information coming out, so happy to share not only like what we have and help point in those directions, but also happy to make sure to share what's coming down the pipes very shortly as well too.
Sounds good.
Yeah, for sure. And so I will dive into, again, the specific minerals in this region, but I did want to touch on, as Shauna had mentioned, helium. This is showing a 3D model of Alberta in the subsurface here, and it's showing helium concentration at those specific locations, because it doesn't necessarily, it not only matters where, it matters at what depth in terms of economic viability and potential. The other aspect that we've really learned from over the last little while is it's not only the helium concentration, which we only need 0.3% helium for it to be considered economic at this point. And a big, big reason we're seeing this is that 0.3% cutoff and this huge increasing interest in Alberta's and Canada's helium is that the U.S. recently closed down their reserves. They had a national reserve and their federal reserve, and it's been closed down. So helium has now been quite hard to come by. So there's a lot of interest in what potential there may be. The helium here is often produced with gas. And so one thing that's become of high interest in understanding helium and its economic viability is understanding what other gases it's basically associated with. So there are some where you see nitrogen, carbon dioxide, or it's with the hydrocarbons. Now, understandably, the data we have, a lot of it shows high hydrocarbon association on the ternary diagram, kind of in that bottom corner. That's because we've actually gone back and analyzed a lot of our oil and gas wells. But the more we've gone out and looked at other potential sources of helium, we're actually seeing quite an abundance of helium, especially in southern Alberta area, where it's associated with nitrogen, which makes it highly, highly sought after. Again, you're minimizing the carbon footprint and greenhouse gases, and you're really honing in on producing it with nitrogen. It's a really good story for Alberta on helium as well. And you can also see there's quite a bit up here along the kind of foothills region, but the two main areas are Peace River Arch and southern Alberta for helium. And also I do want to touch on the geothermal work that's been done. There is geothermal potential in this region as well, and one of the key formations we looked at is the Leduc. And a number of other ones where we're seeing high interest in conventional geothermal applications. We just put out a geothermal atlas of Alberta, so same thing, it's a very much interactive. You can hone into the areas you're interested in, look at all the information and data on geothermal potential for those regions. But we've also seen, this is a case of adapting and evolving, we've noticed that there's been a lot of interest in terms of geothermal development, especially on looking at energy potential there, for advanced and enhanced geothermal, which is getting into deep basement geothermal. So the teams are going to be currently working on that, and some new data will be coming up in geothermal mapping or application shortly. But here's where this gets the exciting stuff. So this is looking at, this is new information and data. So you'll see it's a little bit more detailed than what was on that more provincial scale map. But what it's really getting into looking at is what mineral potential do you see, and do we have data and occurrences for the Clearwater County and Brazeau counties. So to note, exactly as you had mentioned, that there's lots of potential along the slopes and the foothills, and that again is a lot of those formations being brought to surface and favorable conditions for certain mineral potentials. One of the big things that we're seeing in there, especially if you're interested in rare earth elements, is the Exshaw and Fernie formations. Where those are subcropping, there's a high association with the metalliferous black shales, and they often have high lead, zinc, vanadium, and rare earth element concentrations, many times found at economic values, or economic concentrations. So lots of potential there. We're also seeing, and more work has been done to assess gold, and we've seen quite a bit further as you get out into the plains, and peat, and then another more of the deep-seated mineral potential, I'd say, is lithium, and that's what you're seeing kind of more off to the eastern side of the county. So that's that in a little bit of a nutshell. It's showing those areas of potential, and it's also showing you areas of known data values. This data will be going into AIM, that Alberta Interactive Mineral Map, and when you're in there, you can click on a specific dot. It will tell you where it's come from, how it was analyzed, what's the concentration of it, and then you can even download it if you want to use it in other applications.
Is kind of walking through some of these maps and opportunities that could be there for us.
Absolutely. We've had some great conversations with the groups when we've been to some of the other synergy groups, and they want to talk about it from a land use planning and say, you know, we were chatting with one group, and they said we had no idea that there was these mineral data in this area. We're about to going down a different land use plan in that region. So it's, again, the data's here. We just want to make sure we get the data into the hands of of people, so it can help inform decision making and make sure it's clear.
Good.
Yeah. So this is I guess that one in a bit of a nutshell. I don't think we had that. Should have been our last slide. So thank you very much for the time. Just want to, what we were able to give you is a bit of a summary. So as Shauna is saying, a lot of really good, in terms of the regulations, transparency and clarity has been set in place, which is fabulous. What we've heard in terms of talking with many jurisdictions is the key to resource development is having that baseline information and data available to reduce the barrier of risk for coming in and exploring, but then also having like a strong regulator and strong regulatory certainty. So it's been phenomenal to see the work come together from the Alberta Energy Regulator and the work taking place on the mineral mapping program. You know what, at times we thought like, oh yeah, we'll be able to, within 3 to 4 or 5 years, we should be most of the way through it. But as we collect more data, we come up with more questions. And as things start to change geopolitically, we're seeing that we're having to kind of keep up and make sure that we're collecting new information and data on those key critical minerals that are coming up of interest. So work is still underway in that, and we'll keep putting data out, but happy to have conversations as terms of like how this information data could be used for a variety of purposes in the future.
Well, I can just see some sort of an interaction where you could walk us through how to use the AAR page and how to take a look at where to get the information for us. We're looking at, promoting the development of these things, but we don't want to just throw money against the wall. We want to make sure it's useful investment that will create some sort of a return for our citizens.
Absolutely. And I think that's starting with the maps and just showing, actually having that conversations, I guess, with citizens and people in the region. It allows them to understand what resources are there and what, if development were to occur, what would that look like? What are some things that need to be considered? And that's why we've had some really great conversations across the province in areas where development is like either underway or it's kind of trending in that direction, again, so that we can have solid and robust information data to facilitate conversations with both citizens, planning groups, and industry, all at the table, all talking and using the same information to share.
Any questions, councillors? Anthony?
Yeah, thank you for coming and bringing that information. I think when you made the presentation at Pembina Area Synergy Group, you perhaps had a little more time, and at least from my understanding of it there, albeit I was online, it seemed like you had more to show to us. So I think it would be good if, especially the group that Bart and Glenn and Kara sit on here with the WEC, I think it would be good if you booked some time with them and did a more in-depth presentation showing some of the regions within Brazeau County for some of these potential opportunities. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Anthony. I absolutely can. We're told that there was quite a number of important items on the agenda and that we would probably have to go pretty quick. So apologies if we went too fast. I really do. I do want to be very respectful of the time slot available, but I am happy to talk at length. No shortage, and Shauna as well. So if there's more questions that come up or things that you'd like us to dive into, topics in any greater detail, we are more than happy to do so. Absolutely.
Thanks for your presentation. Take the rest of the day off.
Ha, thank you. Great, thank you very much.
Glenn, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So that map I seen just confirms what I had heard earlier, that our county doesn't have any lithium in it, which is disappointing.
I don't want to say that it's confirming that it doesn't have any, because one of the things, so this is like, this program is still underway. So as we collect information and data from some of the wells, and actually that's a bit of a tricky, because you have to collect data from wells that are currently in operation, but in only certain phases of the production cycle to be able to collect a viable sample. So that is, lends its own. We actually had 350, which was phenomenal for the amount of work that it took to try to find those locations. But once we get that information, we can then look at the values, the concentration values. And then once it helps us to kind of chart out where we might want to look for opportunities to sample in more depth. So just because you see it kind of on the fringe doesn't mean that if we look, we might not have that opportunity to go in any other direction outside of that. We just may not have had the chance to sample a well. So one of the things that we dive into, and this is where you get more into some of the data, is when you can actually look. That's showing a potential map, but when you actually look at the data values, you can see maybe in certain directions where they tend to increase or stay high, and then where they start to taper off. That, I would look at those maybe with a bit more certainty to see is there potential there or not? Are the values, maybe lithium's there, but it's just at a really, really, really low value. It's below a threshold cutoff to be deemed potential. So again, that's where, maybe to your point, sometimes having discussions about some of these certain commodities and bringing some of those subject matter experts that have been involved in doing that analysis and helping put in those cutoffs could be very beneficial to provide that context.
Is there any way that, as a county, we can help promote sampling to check for it in our county, so that if it is here, that we're not missing it, to be able to promote it?
Sorry.
I just think it's part of the age of the field in
Okay.
this particular area, and so it's about the phases where that sampling occurs, just for the technical logistics, but.
Yeah, yes, because so this one that we're looking at, where the sampling was done, was primarily in the Leduc.
Yeah.
So that's exactly it, Shauna. Like sometimes it's hard to get samples due to just the phase that portion of the play is within. But absolutely, that's something we could definitely look at is, are there other wells, or is there potential to sample maybe, in this case we were looking at a lot of oil and gas wells, but there might be another way, especially with some of those wells we're seeing where they're trying to look to convert certain wells, there might be some opportunities to do some sampling in some of those. And that's what I mean when I say this program is so far from over, and we communicate that to GOA, and and I should use acronyms, the Government of Alberta, Energy and Minerals, Department of Energy and Minerals, when we're really showing them what the information we're learning, how that evolves, and where then we want to be very targeted and strategic about collecting new information and data. So but again, a big part of it for us, and you hit it the nail on the head, is sometimes getting access to sample. And that's where we sometimes need some assistance. We can ask, but we can also get told no a lot. So that's where we work with the regulator, and it would be phenomenal to work with groups such as yourself to be able to get maybe access to sample in whether it's at surface or in the subsurface to, again, enhance that knowledge and understanding.
Yeah, we can definitely work on that. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Councillor Heinrich, for bringing this to us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Are there also some likelihoods that some of the minerals that you're speaking of, like helium,
Yeah.
may have been overlooked and missed, and just, let's say, similar to when some of the flaring was occurring and we flared and burned a lot of our at that time, less than economical products? Is that where we may have lost some of our opportunity? I know you can't go back, but is that what we need to watch out for in newer fields so we don't do that again?
Okay, so now in this case, sometimes you've got like just the conditions, the geologic conditions for it to exist or not. there are still numbers, like if you look in the region, there are some interesting helium numbers in the region. So I think in any case, though, if I were to speak at a very high level, general level, I think it's always important for us to understand the resource potential of an area. So in this case, we know with limestone, they're also producing some placer gold with it. Those two are but at times, and that's where we're working hand in hand with the energy regulator, and as well, I think as part of that mandate expansion, is to make sure that we've got one system to connect with the regulator when it comes to, say, co-production. So it's making sure that one application or one resource development activity isn't being done, and we're losing out on those other ones. We need to, for one, first step is making sure we have that robust data, and then we can work with the regulator to ensure conservation of those resources.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's a great point.
Because that's where some of our new fields, whether they're in our county or elsewhere, we got to make sure we're not potentially losing opportunities.
Yeah, and it gives us that chance. I think, again, once you have that data, you can then have that conversation with industry about expectations. Because sometimes industry, they know how to produce one given resource. They don't want to necessarily think about the other. It's just not, it's almost at times maybe it could be considered more of a nuisance. But we can have those conversations by saying, okay, we already know there's a potential for this other resource type. Let's make sure that we move forward in a way that we're either allowing co-production, maybe bringing another group in to help that, to work collaboratively in that space, or make sure that their practices aren't like creating damage to future development of that resource. So again, I don't want to maybe use my role, and specifically that with the Alberta Geologic Survey, is to understand and make sure the data is there to support those conversations. But ultimately, those conversations would have to happen the action on those conversations would have to happen at different levels, including government and regulator.
And right now, AER still has ERCB's old resource conservation mandate. That hasn't disappeared. It's not as easily to find on our website. I'm not sure why, but that is still what we're responsible for. It's interesting that Alberta Energy and Minerals has not set any priority for the subsurface allotments. So if you have your oil and gas, PNG rights, you can go do what you want, but if you also have mineral rights, you can also go do what you want. So at some point, I think things are going to come to a head, and they're going to have to make some decisions to make sure we're not accidentally sterilizing things or wasting things. And so right now, the expectation is that the industries who have kind of competing interests are working together and are talking together. And if you have a well and it happens to have a lot of water in it, why don't you take a sample and see how much lithium's in that before you throw that out with the bathwater? So we're working on it, but we're learning so much on a daily basis right now. Just new technologies, things you had never envisioned. We started writing the legislation about 3 years ago. We're just finding out some of the pilot examples that are coming forward are things we had never imagined. So, did we create a framework and tools that allow us to regulate and to allow for development? We have. It's a little clunky, and it'll take us some time to get a little smoother at it. But right now, I think we're at a place where we've got kind of 60% there, and we're aware of some of the challenges that may be coming, and we're trying to make sure we're equipped to deal with those challenges, to make sure that resource conservation across all the resources is still maintained. Yeah.
All right, thanks. Looking forward to meeting with you ladies again.
Sounds good, absolutely, thank you.
We'll bring some bumpers so that you don't bounce off the walls. All right, I think we need to have a lunch break till 1 o'clock. We left off with road requests. Oh, is Pippa here? So are we waiting for Pippa?
Yeah, Reeve, if you wish to proceed, unless there's any questions for Public Works, I think there was some indication from council that they had a wish to proceed on some of the approvals of this if they wanted to. But Public Works will be in here when they get, when they can.
Well, is there anything councilors got to say here? What do you got to say then, Dallas?
I've got to have something to say. All right, so yeah, I heard a little bit from some individuals of public input, their concerns for roads. And so if we need an 8-meter road, then we build an 8-meter road. We don't put a 4-meter road top where we need an 8-meter road top. Obviously, context matters. So that's easy to address. The road that Mr. Master was talking about, that needs to be a substantial road. And we didn't dig the entire road up. All we did was dig up soft spots. So that's what we do. That's how we address those types of issues. But I lived at my end of my little road there for all my years. And it's less than 6.5 meters. And the school bus came down there and picked my sisters up and myself for 17 years and never, ever went off the road. Emergency Services has no problem coming down there, putting out, we had some lightning strikes, and they drove down the road, had no trouble. Almost no grade elevation, almost no ditches, and less than 6.5 meters. So, I mean, that seemed to work pretty good. And if we're gonna build these these high standard roads, so that means we have to pour the gravel into it and maintain it. And I've seen a number of roads where Public Works has done some of the work in places, and we've also contracted out a number of different pieces of road, and we can't do the maintenance in the ditch because we can't get the mowers down there. They're so steep, and they're not well. I don't think they're I don't think they're well well planned out. Sorry for lack of better terms, but the maintenance on them is brutal. And it just impedes our ability to do a good job of our roads. So, in my experience, and I don't know, I'm probably the only guy in the room who's built roads on statutory right-of-way in this county and other counties.
I don't know if logic is going to apply here, council.
Logic has to apply.
Well, it's not, because in one minute we say that we're going to build the road so people can subdivide, and then another minute we don't. So there is some differences there. Heidi built a road there just off of Highway 621, had one built. It went to just a dead end, and it's a full grade road. There's nothing at the end of the road. Just access to a couple of quarters, and it's take a drive on it, Glenn. It's on the south side. It's in your division there, just before 92. There's a road that goes there. And what did we build that road for? It's been 5 years now. No development, no applications, not even any farming, no brush control. It's just a road built. Literally, it's often the expression, the road to nowhere. It's a road to nowhere. Like, all that money was spent on that. It could have been built someplace else where somebody wants to develop. Here, there's nothing. So, we use different rationales at different times. There should be some consistency on what the rationales are, whether or not we approve a road. Otherwise, it's just politics.
Yeah, exactly. May I chime in?
Yeah, go ahead.
If we all wanted, the municipalities throughout Alberta wanted to have the same road standard, let's go to the RMA and let's propose one road standard for all municipalities. Clearly, that's not going to work, right? That doesn't fly. It just flies in the face of what it is that we're trying to accomplish. Throughout the number of years I've watched this county put their standards from as far to the left and as far to the right as can possibly be, and I'm sorry, but the county is lacking consistency in that range. in that area, and that's the county's fault. You know, at the RMA, we sat in a EOP course, and the gentlemen there were showing us maps of ancient Rome. All roads lead to Rome. You know, they're the key to commerce. They're the key. Without that, you have very little. Roads are the key to commerce. And why are we building a standard that is difficult for us to maintain and uphold when we need roads? I would rather have a small road with a 6.5 meter top or less, when applicable, than no road at all. We are way behind. We're so far behind in this county for building roads. We've got to get to work. I'm just delighted to see this list. I'm doing backflips. I'm just thinking to myself, we're going to finally build some roads in this county. Let's get to it. But I think what you're going to accomplish here is you're just going to impede that progress that we've been waiting so long to accomplish.
Glenn?
I think the rationale for the roads has to be the feasibility of the road, and then how long have they waited for the road. We have one person has been waiting 9 years for this road. It's a road that I think will be extended eventually. Nobody wants it extended right now except for this landowners, but we might as well, if we do it, let's do it in a way that it's up to a standard. As far as the idea of following what Rome did, we did. Their carts the wheels were spaced all identical, and that's what we used to build our rail lines. The same gauge, the same width are what our rail lines are built on as well. And we had to re-gauge all the rail lines. I think they did it overnight in the States to get it to the Roman width, right? So, I mean, a standard is a good idea in a lot of ways. But like, I really do think a 6 meter road, it's a fine road for one vehicle, but we can never get those shoulders where they're hard enough to actually travel on. So then two vehicles meet, and somebody's gonna have to take that chance and roll the dice that they're gonna move over and then maybe get stuck. So I'd rather see us take these roads and do them to the Brazeau County standards. I don't think they need to be as high as they need to be. I don't know why they are. Like I said, we could look at that, but the width is what I'm looking for.
Okay, well, I've smoked my piece. I don't think I'm going to change any minds here. So I can't support this. Kara?
Just some of the comments I've heard, and it is interesting, because I guess it depends on which perspective you're coming from. So I know we've talked about people that, when they come and bring concerns forward, well, you have a road in front of your place, and that must be nice, somebody else wants a road, but that person who already has a road in the front of their place also paid a lot more for their property because they have access to their property. They also pay a lot higher taxes for their property because their property has been in existence for a lot longer. So sometimes I hear that argument, and you have to be careful with it because it doesn't work it's not as clean and cut as it seems. The other issue is, and I hear the other side of the coin, when these roads are narrow and there's a family trying to get a van down the road with their kids in it, and they come across a piece of farming equipment, and the van has to take the ditch because the farm equipment can't move, and the road's not wide enough for both of them. I hear that constantly. I hear constantly where the bus has to stop and wait and let oil field traffic, trucks over 1 ton or bigger, and let them go by first before they can go by because the roads aren't big enough and they're not built for what the road use is being used for. So I hear both sides. So there's arguments on both sides of it, and I think it just completely depends on what your point of view is with it.
Donna?
Oh, I had one more other one. That's it. One more. The other interesting thing is I do talk to farmers in the area, and I talk to farmers who hate roads and they don't want them because it cuts their property up, and they'd rather continuously farm their land than have to get out, open a gate, drive over a road to get to their other parcel. And if you look at other parts of this province and agricultural areas, they don't have roads and they don't want them.
Anthony?
Something happened to my, never mind.
Oh, okay, your light came off. Go ahead then, Donna.
So do we even know if we want these to a better standard,
can we even do these roads this summer? Because that will take more time to do them to a better standard. So we would have to pick and choose, and I don't want to do that. Lost my train of thought.
Well,
Sorry.
You're talking about, we have to pick and choose roads there because it may cost more.
Well, and more time,
And more
right?
time, yes.
It'll take more time, and Public Works only has a short period of time to do these roads that they've picked, rather than what Gary was talking about today. You know, all of these roads don't need the water, what's the word I'm looking for? Study and all, these are easy roads to get done. So we should do them.
Anthony, let's wrap this up.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Dallas, are you having more comments, or? Well, just to state your piece there first, Anthony.
Well, I was gonna make a motion, that's what my
Oh.
piece is.
Do you want to say something, or do you just let him make his motion? Okay, go ahead, say something.
I'll say something. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, looking at municipalities that are south of us, I know there are municipalities where almost every, and I'm not kidding, when every right-of-way is developed for agricultural purposes. Councillor Western makes a good point, like, we should get that farm equipment off of our main arteries and put them onto ulterior routes, which makes a lot of sense. And that's the kind of things that we need to do. We have 6.5 meter roads all throughout Brazeau County, and they're working just fine. It's not a problem. We're not gonna have to, we can't go and upgrade all our roads to 8 meters. We just can't do that. And there's no need to do it. So, like, I'm a class 1 driver too. When I'm on the roads with a big truck or something, 6.5 meter, I can get a passenger car past me while I'm on the road. And if I have to slow right down or stop, that's okay. What's wrong with that? We can get past each other. That's not a big deal. That just happens once in a blue moon. So there's enough room for everybody. We can do these kinds of things. Let's just not get in the way of progress. This is what has stopped us from constructing roads in the past, is the standard has just got higher and higher and higher, and then we stop building roads. Let's just build some roads. Let's get out of the way and do some stuff.
All right, thanks. Anthony, did you want to make a motion?
Okay, I move that we approve Road 0176 and Road 0223, Road 0288, Road 0289 to be built to 8-meter standard, and the money is to be coming from, I believe it was restricted road surplus.
Discussion? All those in favor? Cody, how do you vote?
In favor?
Those opposed? Dallas and Bart. Go ahead. Is there another motion? That's all of them? Okay. All right. We got that done. We were just testing you on the timing, how long it would take to get you here. You passed. Okay, so we got the budget. Is that what we're on here next? Oh no, impacts of tariffs. Oh, they are. Okay, this isn't a live presentation. Okay, well, the auditors are online. Auditors, can you hear me? Can you guys
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor, I can hear you, sorry.
Okay, well then take it away then, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Sorry, I was panicking there. It's a different platform than I'm used to, so I didn't quite know where the button was. But we found it. So hopefully you can see my screen. And if I'm yelling or talking too quiet, please let me know. But anyways, good afternoon. My name's Phil Dirks. I'm a partner with Metrics Group, Chartered Professional Accountants, and I'm happy to say a few words about the county's 2024 financial statements and the audit. So overall, the audit went very well. So thanks to Niran, Jan, Colin, other staff that help out. We really appreciate that. Things were a success. So I'll try not to take up too much of your time here, but I'll try to, oh no, okay, I gotta reshare for some reason. Sorry. Just bear with me 1 second here. Share. Okay, there we go. Like I said, I'll try to not take up too much of your time, but hit the important stuff. And if you've got any questions or I didn't hit something deep enough for you, by all means, we'll try to get that sorted out. So, as you know, we were hired to complete an audit. So, just so you know, just a quick comment on the auditor's report. Auditors in Canada are required to follow Canadian generally accepted auditing standards. So those are the rules, so to speak, that everybody has to abide by when conducting an audit. So just letting you know about that. And then up here in our opinion paragraph, we're stating that the county's financial statements are in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So those are the standards that municipalities, governments, hospitals, school boards, those types of organizations use in completing their financial statements. So the rest of the report goes on for quite 2 whole pages here, but to summarize, it talks more about what an audit is and what the auditors do in a little more detail. We did provide you with an audit plan back, I think, in January that discussed many of those items. So I won't revisit those today unless somebody wants me to, but I'm happy to talk about those more. But overall, you know, we followed our audit plan like we had laid out, so no issues there, and the audit went very well. And so yeah, I'll get on to the financial statements then. So is that large enough there? You'll let me know if it's not. So anyways, statement of financial position. So these are the county's assets, liabilities, and accumulated surplus. So we have financial assets here at the top of the page, $56.5 million. Pretty standard stuff here, cash in various investments. And other than that, the main thing here is the receivables. So maybe I was just going to show you a little bit more details here on some of these items, and we'll take a look at the notes. So you can see here that $29 million of cash is held in various different accounts. And then we get down to the receivables here. There's different types of receivables totaling $3 million. You can see that last year the receivables were quite a bit higher. So that had to do with the receivables from other governments. And there was a lot of money on the books last year and for the wildfires and so on. So that's why that's lower this year. Main thing for us is collectability. So this year the receivables of 1.7 actually include DRP funding of about 1.5 million, again for the Buck Creek fire. And so that's what's mostly in this number and why that's decreased from last year. Other than that, some taxes, standard stuff. There is an allowance against those taxes here for some accounts that are, you know, slower paying and may be a problem. So that's prudent to have an allowance. That doesn't mean you're not trying to collect them. They're just not collecting as fast as we would have hoped. So overall, that's the receivables. And then while we're here, let's take a quick look at investments. So the county has $24 million of investments, bonds, and then some principal protected notes here of $9.5 million. So that's what comprises all these numbers here, $56 million. So moving on to liabilities, county has obligations, liabilities of $13.4 million. Couple things to note here, payables, It's a little higher than last year. It's really just about timing of when bills get paid and so on, but there's nothing unusual in your payable accounts. It's pretty standard items. Deferred revenue, county has money that's been received that hasn't been spent on anything, like mostly grants. So if you look at the notes, you'd see the Canada Community Building Fund, some water, wastewater grants, and MSI that county has received, but hasn't, spent on a project yet. So that's sitting in the bank or in receivables waiting to get spent. There's a couple things here on asset retirements and asset retirement obligations and contaminated sites. So that has to do with some soil contamination, the 824,000, an estimate of cleaning that up. And ARO has to do with asbestos in some of the buildings, but more so gravel leases with the province, where you'll have to clean up some of those leases when you're done with the gravel there. So those are some of the other liabilities besides the debt. County has $5.8 million of debt, and you can see here in the notes, here's the 5.8 million and how it gets paid out in the next number of years here, but it'll be all gone by 2034. So not that far off. Other than that, there's really not much to say about the debt, and we confirm that balance with the province. They hold those debentures. So total liabilities, like I said, 13.4 million. Financial assets were 56.5. The difference between those two numbers is 43 million. So that's what's called net financial assets. So this represents funds that would be available to, finance future operations and so on. If you look at your expenses, that's about 21 months of expenses if you don't count in amortization. So you're in good shape as far as that goes. And I always say, if the world had ended on December 31st and we collected our receivables and paid all the bills, this would be what you're left with. So that's a pretty hard number. Beyond that, the county also has non-financial assets, so things that are never going to be cash. Tangible capital assets here, biggest number on any municipality's financial statements, 189 million. That's the net book value of the assets. So you can see here the various types of assets. Obviously with a rural municipality, a lot of that has to do with roads. So of the 188 million, 127 million is in roads, and then other infrastructure, it's between that and buildings is pretty much all of the good lion's share of the net book value. Last year, the county had $7.5 million of additions added to the asset accounts. So you can see here various categories, and again, no surprise, about half of that's in roads. And then a lot of this construction in progress is also roads. So a lot of roads is the main theme here, right? So anyways, from our standpoint, what we are most concerned about is that we don't put things in the asset accounts that aren't assets. So no issues there. Rounding out the non-financial assets, the county has $4.2 million of inventories. That's primarily gravel. So those are measured using GPS and then costed appropriately. But if we add the non-financial assets or the net financial assets here to the non-financial assets, we have what's called the accumulated surplus. So that's your accounting net worth, which is $236 million. And we'll come back to that in a minute here, but just keep that in the back of your head. So that's the statement of financial position, still in good shape there. All things being equal, your net financial assets is an important measure. That's increased by $6 million. Go to the statement of operations. So this is revenues and expenses. So we've got the 2024 budget here and actual, and then the 2023 numbers as well. But, if you look down the list here, revenues, 29.1 was the budget. You came in at almost 33 million. A couple things to note there again. Up here in government transfers for operating or grants, I mentioned earlier the wildfire funding, so that amounted to about $2 million. So that's pretty much the difference between budget there. And then investment income, nice bump there from last year. You had more funds to invest, and you were about, $1.2 million exceeded budget on the investment income. So when you add those two up, that's basically the difference here between budget and actual. When moving on to expenses, a little more digging is required here with expenses, but just a couple things to note here. If you look down at the bottom, budget versus actual, 34 versus 26 million. Again, there's some reasons for that. So I'm just going to check something here. Yeah, so there's actuals include amortization, but the budget does not. So that's why there's these differences. So again, looking at roads, there was $7 million of depreciation there. That's pretty much the difference. And basically, you can take my word for it that anything that's got a significant difference here from one year to the next, or budget to actual, I'm sorry, is primarily due to amortization. Other than this common and equipment pool, they do charge out some of those costs to the other functions. So that's why that's actually lower than budget. But I've got a slide here at the end we'll look at just to kind of summarize all that. But overall, we had $34 million of expenses here, $33 million of revenue. So there was a small deficit from operating annual surplus of just over $1 million. And when you look at, well, I'll show you the slide in a second here. Other revenues, there is $3.2 million of other revenues. So these revenues primarily capital grants here from the province. So there's, things like from roads, roadworks, road assets. We have funding from local government fiscal framework, CCBF and MSI. Those types of grants are included in here. And when you add up this deficit with these other sources of revenue, the county's annual surplus is $2.1 million. So I'm just going to, bear with me one second. We're going to I'll show you a slide that's not actually in the financial statements, but just to kind of summarize, here we had revenue, budget versus actual. I mentioned this difference here, these two differences for government transfers for the fire and the extra additional investment income. So when you back all that out of the actual numbers, the remaining difference is only $315,000. And then the same thing here with expenses, back out amortization from the actual number, and then disaster and emergency services, there was extra costs for those fires as well. So once all that's backed out, the actual expenses were actually $3 million under budget compared to actual. So then you add all this up and you get a $3.4 million positive variance basically from budget to actual. So I apologize for the accounting rules. You have to do a little bit of gymnastics there to get to that number, but hopefully that was helpful. Other than that, I just want to circle back to the accumulated surplus. So we'll just take a journey over to that note and just show you what's included in there. We talked about most of these notes, and by the way, none of the notes there's nothing new in there, just the numbers have changed. So here we are with the accumulated surplus. If I get it onto one page, but here was the $236 million I said was the county's accumulated surplus. So what's that made up of? Just like most of our home equity, a lot of the county's equity is tied up in roads, buildings, those types of things. So things that are not in a bank account anywhere. So 183 million of the 236 million is held on, capital assets. Then we've got, county has put aside various reserves here. See if I can get that, but we've got operating reserves here, and then there's some capital reserves here at the bottom. So council has restricted the these various items or amounts for these various different projects. So that's why that's called restricted surplus for operating and capital reserves. So that would be either by budget or motion or et cetera. And then the county also has unrestricted surplus here of $31 million. So that, if you looked at expenses again, that's roughly 15 months of expenses that you could operate without any income based on that number. So anyways, whether it's held in restricted or unrestricted, that's entirely up to the council, how you like to split those out. Other than that, I think that was about it as far as the financial statements go. Pretty standard disclosures here. Oh, the debt limits, I was just going to mention those. So these are required by the Municipal Government Act. So you can see here, county has unused debt limit of 43.7 million. So, the point of this slide really is that you're on side with your debt limits. No issues there. You could borrow that much money without asking the Premier for permission for anything more. So overall, like I said, financials look good. Just a couple other things here on the, just to wrap things up. So we did provide you with an audit findings report. There's a couple of things in there that are just point out here. It's all good news. So that we did not find any significant control deficiencies during our audit work. And again, that's similar to previous years. There's no unusual accounting practices, those types of things. Pretty standard items for a municipality of your size or just in general. A couple of estimates have been made in preparing the financial statements. An allowance for doubtful receivables, tax receivables. So we had talked about that earlier. That was $395,000. Amortization is an estimate. The number of years those assets are amortized is an educated guess. Gravel and sand inventory, like I said, is also an estimate. And then the asset retirement obligations, and there's also a post-employment benefit there, a small item that's a little bit of estimating. So estimates are just a little more subjective. So that's why those are brought up. But other than that, we didn't have any significant unadjusted misstatements. So from time to time, there can be some things that should have been adjusted but weren't, just mostly in the interest of time. A lot of times when those occur, it's just, we might have found an expense now that was for last year, but it was too late to change it and so on. But nothing significant in that regard at all. And then finally, we didn't have any difficulties at all, significant or otherwise. The auditing standards just say we have to report back on significant difficulties. So we didn't have any. So again, thanks to everybody over there, Niranjan, and everybody else that helped out. From our standpoint, the biggest thing that makes life good is, and for both sides, is prompt answers to requests for information and answers to questions. When clients drag their feet or get you the wrong information, you have to keep hounding them. Everything slows down and it feels like going to the dentist probably, but not the case here. Things went very well again. So thanks to everybody for that, making it a success. So that's all I had to say, unless somebody has some questions for me.
With all that help from staff there, are we getting a discount?
Oh yeah, you always get a discount.
Any questions? Okay. Anthony?
This probably isn't so much to Phil as it is to Rudy. Probably you have a copy of it, and we could get a copy of this report?
Yes, through the Reeve to Councillor Heinrich. Typically, we would have that for you. Because they were online and because it's not releasable until it's presented, we didn't have it available and on hand, but we'll get it to you as soon as it's approved.
Okay, thank you, because I would like a copy.
So it'll be approved today, I assume, and then we can get it tomorrow? All right. Yeah, I'm just checking to see what we needed there. So you heard Teeny, we need a motion. Donna?
I move to accept the,
Approve.
I move to approve the auditor's report for 2024.
Good job. Discussion, all those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor.
Okay, carried unanimous. Thanks for the presentation there, Phil.
Thank you for having me on. Thanks for letting me dial in today. I was kind of tied up with something else today too, so thank you for that. Have a good day.
You too.
Take care.
All right, so where did we leave off on the agenda? We left off on correspondence? No. General matters, okay, RMA Spring Convention, Glenn, you gave a report, thank you. Request for a dog park in Rapids, Rocky Rapids, Kara.
Do you want to do Glenn's report? Oh, okay, we don't want approval of it? Okay, no worries.
Brief.
Okay.
So I've included a report for RMA, and I think that Councillor Westerland did a great job his first year as president, and I think Councillor Wiltsey did a great job on the fire report there as well. I was really proud of both of you, and it was a good convention. Appreciative if somebody accepts my report for information.
Kara?
Well, as we're dishing out the compliments, I really enjoy your report, so you do a fantastic job on them. With that, I will move to accept your, the RMA Spring Convention report.
Discussion, all those in favor? Cody, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay. Request for a dog park, Kara?
Yeah, I just had a resident come forward with requesting a dog park, so if it's something council would be interested in, we could look into the cost of something like this. I did talk with the community hall about it. They are interested. They have some concerns that we'd have to look into it and get addressed. I think their biggest concern is around the liability and insurance side, that if a dog attacked another dog, those kinds of things, or if a dog attacked a human, those kinds of things. But dog parks exist everywhere, so I'm sure there's a way to figure that out.
Didn't the town get theirs funded by ARC, the ARC dog?
I think they got donations, the town did, yeah. Yeah, so there's lots of options out there. I just, before I start asking staff for help on this, because I don't know how to build a dog park, I would like council's approval. So what I'm not looking for today is to actually approve it, but is to look into what this would cost and what it would detail.
What about working with that group that made a presentation today and help to fund them to run it? Because it won't be just building the park, it'll be the cleanup,
Well, that's the other, so that's actually part of it. If council's all right with us exploring this, that was the other thing the hall did raise, is concerns about the maintenance, who's going to be scooping poop and obviously that side of things. So I do know in other communities, because I have poked around a little bit on it, I just didn't want to go down too far of a rabbit hole without council interested in doing it, is outright there's communities that if the dog poop doesn't get picked up by the owners, they actually just shut it down. So it's heavily advertised when you walk in there. If you don't look after and maintain it, it'll just get shut down, so.
Yeah, the art park is probably a model to follow, both for funding and
Yeah.
how they deal with that, so doing some questioning.
Sorry, Bart, I can't hear you.
You gotta sit, he can't hear you. You're too
Oh.
far from your mic. So anyways,
Sorry, you can't hear me,
No,
Cody?
that's all right. Yeah, I was just having a little trouble
Yeah, I was
hearing
just
you.
saying that the art park in Drayton Valley, it might be a good model to follow, and maybe work with this group that made my pause concern.
yeah. So it could be a great initiative, and I think it's something that could be fairly easy to do, so I was just bringing it forward. I
Okay,
can make a
thank you.
motion if you'd like.
Thank you. Impact of
Oh,
tariffs.
can I make a motion?
Oh, yes, sure.
I move to direct administration to look into the feasibility of a dog park at the Rocky Rapids Community Hall's grounds.
Discussion, all those in favor? Those opposed? Cody, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, that's carried. Impacts of Trump tariffs. You want to speak on it, Kara?
Yeah. My apologies. So again, just came forward from a resident asking that council takes a pay cut. So I think the email is self-explanatory. The question I would have, and obviously staff are not here to answer it, Rudy, it might be too much, not sure if you have the information, but are we actually, this is the other thing, there is a lot of misinformation and a pile of misinformation around tariffs, if they're actually costing us anything at the moment. And my question would be I'm not gonna go down the rabbit hole. We could talk about tariffs till the cows come home. My issue is the county being impacted with projects? Because my understanding is through RMA and our procurement business, and procurement side is we're not feeling the effects of it.
To date, we've seen no effects. They've had no impact on our tenders and our capital acquisitions, so I don't have a crystal ball about what may lay ahead, but we've seen no impact to date.
We've seen no consistency with the people making the tariffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Trump tariff, what a fiasco. All right, Glenn?
So yeah, the tariffs, I haven't felt the effects of them yet. I've seen some of the scare tactics, like when we were buying appliances, everybody's at Trail Appliances buying now. And same as, trying to get ahead of that. But I appreciated Rick's letter. I don't agree with the economic lifeblood of Canada is under threat from the tariffs, because I'm not seeing it in the oil patch. Companies haven't sent me letters asking for rate reductions, and as service companies are hiring, and I'm actually looking for a rate increase. If I got to pay, a brake shield that was $70 pre-COVID is now $140, and if a 25% tariff is added to that, it's going to be $175. So I'd be looking instead to increase rates to carry this. But the tariffs Trump applied to oil that is shipped from Alberta to America are a tax on the American people. That's not on me. It's not on the county. It's not on the service companies or the oil companies pay that. The Americans will pay that at the pump, and it won't be 10%. It'll probably be a few cents for a gallon because it's mixed in with all the American oil. Right now, Western Canadian Select oil is being sold for $58 a barrel. A 10% tariff will bring it up to $64 a barrel. That's still $5 cheaper than the West Texas Intermediate crude that sells for $69. So our oil is still cheaper, and a lot cheaper than the $72 global Brent benchmark that's Brent crude oil. So we still have a great deal for crude oil. Trump's tariffs aren't the issue here. The real issue is the 25% counter tariffs imposed on American goods by the Canadian government. This is going to do the real financial damage, as the cost of vehicles, appliances, parts will impact all Canadian businesses, municipalities, and citizens. Service companies will be looking for rate increases, but they will never get a 25% increase in 1 year. So they'll have to take it on the chin, until the rates can come up. Another good examples are books. Most Canadian authors' books are published and printed in the United States, then shipped to Canada. As soon as that book is written by a Canadian author, enters Canada, there'll be a 25% tariff on that book. It's going to impact the author, the Canadian libraries, and bookstores. So a $25 book, by the time that pulp and paper gets tariffed on the way into the States, by the time it gets tariffed on the way back out, it might be $45. As far as Rick's elbows up comment, let's talk about that. What does that elbows up mean in a country where Ontario and Quebec would rather buy oil from US, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and Russia? We bought $200 million worth of oil from Russia last year. And they would rather buy that oil than oil from Alberta. And they'd rather pay the $72 per barrel oil than the $58 per barrel from Alberta. Quebec calls our oil dirty and refuses to allow transportation corridors from the west coast to the east coast. Because it's so expensive to import the $72 barrel from USA, Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and Russia, the solution to offset these costs has been equalization. So Alberta has to pick up the tab for this. Between 2007 and 2022, Albertans contributed a total of $244.6 billion more in taxes than they received in federal spending to help Eastern Canada buy USA, Saudi oil, Nigeria, and Russian oil. We all know Alberta beef is the best in the world, so let's talk elbows up. Yet Eastern Canada prefers to buy 50% of its beef from America, New Zealand, and Uruguay than be forced to plate up Alberta beef. In hockey, Alberta elbows up refers to a dirty play that results in a penalty when a player is elbowed in the head. A good example of elbows up right now in Alberta is the federal 2026 oil and gas sector emission cap that is designed to shut in and shut down production in Alberta. It's going to cost the loss of 150,000 jobs and a $16 billion cut to Canada's GDP in 2035. That's an elbow hit that will knock out Alberta out cold. So the tariffs aren't the issue. The real issue is what's happening in our federal government. I want to touch on Rick's request that the County of Brazeau councillors reduce compensation per dimes and allowances to match President Trump's 10% oil tariff. I do think this would be a wonderful way to show the solidarity to the American citizens that are going to have to be paying more at the pumps, but it'll do little in our community. Rick singled out Trump for our troubles, yet China just executed 4 Canadians and imposed retaliatory tariffs on $2.6 billion of agricultural goods and food products, notably a 100% tariff on canola oil. This seems much more egregious than anything Trump has done. Should Brazeau County councillors consider a 100% reduction to compensation per dimes and allowances to show that we have the backs of the Chinese citizens that will have to pay a tariff on that? Does anyone think here a reduction in compensation per dimes and allowances for municipal councillors will be what it takes to force the hand of President Trump and Xi Jinping to not tax their own citizens? Perhaps Brazeau County would be better off writing a letter to our own Prime Minister and the opposition leader to demand an immediate end to all counter tariffs and an elbows up production cap hit that will destroy Alberta's economic engine.
So the real tariff is what? The 65-cent dollar. That's a 35% tariff right off the bat. That's the true tariff. Tariff is just a tax. That's all it is. It's just tax. A new way, sneaky way to get more money from somebody. So good report, Glenn, but like I said, the real tariff is the Canadian dollar and the value of it. What's that?
Regulation to cut production on
I can't hear the conversation.
Yeah, Cody?
Cody?
Huh? I was just saying I can't hear what you guys are saying. You need to talk into the mic.
We're gonna. Did you hear that?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, Brazeau County, we did write a letter to the Prime Minister asking for him to not do the emission cap, because that will be a production cap on oil and gas, and that will destroy 150,000 jobs in Alberta as soon as that comes in. So that's a far more serious threat than a tariff.
Well, it'll be Carney, not Trudeau. Who knows what'll happen? If you're predicting politics, you're way brighter than I am. Who knows what they give away during an election? Kara?
Yeah, and I think actually, Glenn, you've raised some really good points, just putting my RMA hat on. I know a number of municipalities, actually quite a few of them, have written letters to both the Premier and to the federal government requesting what you'd asked for in your letters, or what you had stated too. So I see those, they kind of come in our correspondence, and there's quite a few that have written letters directly.
Go ahead, Glenn.
I direct administration to draft a letter that council can send to the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition party to demand an immediate end to all Canadian counter tariffs and just to that, to an end to all Canadian counter tariffs.
Discussion, all those in favor? Those opposed? Cody, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, it's carried. Okay. Pardon me? No, that's what I just said, carried. Not carried unanimous. Dallas was. Yeah. Oh, Anthony was opposed too. Kara, or Donna.
I move to receive Rick Steckenberg's letter for information.
Discussion, all those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor.
Those opposed? Dallas is one. Kind of cranky this afternoon, aren't you? All right. Budget. Page 135 to 136. Any comments? If not, a motion to receive. Letter from Rick MacGyver. Anthony,
I move to receive the letter from Minister MacGyver for information.
discussion, all those in favor? Everybody's carried. How do you vote, Cody?
In favor.
So that's carried unanimous. Okay, we've got, establishment of provincial oversight, agreements with the federal government, pages 137. Any comments? Go ahead, Glenn.
Through the chair to the CEO, it says in this letter, we are required to obtain prior approval from the Alberta government before entering into, amending, or renewing an agreement with the federal government. Have they set out any guidelines on how to do that, or how do we go about doing that?
Through the Reeve to Councillor Gunderson, we've not seen any guidelines. Councillor Westerland might be more up to date on this through her work with RMA, but I know a little more than a year ago, they started gathering information on what federal grants municipalities were involved in and what arrangements we were involved in. And so that led to this legislation, but I've not yet seen a framework of how that's going to be put in place.
All right. Sweet. Yeah, go ahead, Kara.
Yeah, RMA is aware of this, and I've actually spoken, putting my RMA hat off, taking the Hansel hat off. I've actually done a number of media, so this is in effect as of today. The legislation's there, how it's going to be done, sometimes they pass things before, they put the cart before the horse. But anyways, expect this to come down. We've asked for a number of exemptions that aren't here. I just found out actually Friday that post-secondary education, so universities and colleges were included in all this, and they just got a 11th hour exemption from this, so yeah. Anyways, it actually, what it amounts to is red tape and bureaucracy. Anytime we apply to the feds or do anything with the federal government, we now have to ask the province for permission, and you'll have to fill out a form. And then wait to hear back if you can actually talk to them. So I've been really facetious with some of my comments. So the meeting that we had with Dane Lloyd, technically we would have to have permission from the province to talk to him. Oh yeah, lights are lighting up. It's really invasive. It's a slap in the face of red tape reduction, and it increases the bureaucracy level. So anything you're doing, so even if I provided an example, FCM has the green fund, which is federal dollars from the government that they've given to FCM to administer out. I believe we've had funding from that. Yes, I'm getting the head nod, yes. So now, in order to apply for that grant and even to receive it, we have to ask for the province's permission first. So this leads to a capacity issue with staff in our office and other municipalities, if we've even got staff capacity to now do this. The other piece is the delay. So we have to, God knows how long it's going to take the province to answer back yes or no, whether we can engage and talk with them. And then by then, federal deadlines, our grant deadlines are going to pass us. So this is terrible, just so you know. And if you want my other opinion on this, this is direct relations to an announcement the City of Calgary did. The City of Calgary got federal funding for housing. It was a big announcement, well over $1 million, I believe, in the millions anyways. And the province was mad because they weren't included. Anyways, there you go. There you have it. Now we're caught up in I think political storm between other municipalities and other issues going on, and we've all been drugged into it, so here we are.
Anthony?
I think also, from my opinion, I thought I heard Sochi got some money from federally, and Edmonton was unhappy about, or not Edmonton, the province was unhappy with basically the Edmonton and their connections they may have had with the feds, getting money without them knowing, and perhaps even then with the condition that they have to put money into the matching or subsidizing, you know, certain portions all the time that they request. I agree with Kara that this is meddling in other governments, levels of government's business. Like, if Ottawa wants to give us some money, I don't get why the province should be jumping in there. They talk about how the money is going east, or it's going on a pipeline out of here. And yet when we get a chance to convince our MLA or MP, in this case, federals, MPs, to get some monies, they want us to beg them first, and they want to know first. To me, this is, I think we should be writing a letter to the Premier. And that other letter that we also did here just a minute ago, I don't think writing these letters to these ministers is the only answer. Writing it to them is just like file 13 right here before we get there. I think we should be doing press releases on it, and maybe even press conference on it, having the Reef speak to it however way we can to get it in front of the cameras, because that's what's going to start getting the attention. Just a letter that gets to file 13 in the legislature is nothing. So I think we need to start doing things that, if we truly want to get these issues out in front of the public, we need to do something that's more out there.
So the other piece, you hit on something, you use the word meddling, and I'll use the term autonomy. This is a slap in the face of municipal autonomy. The other piece that this is, we talk about, you know, getting money from the feds or getting money from the province. What we have to remember at the end of the day, and I'm not arguing with you, probably sounds like I am, I've agreed with you. But the other thing we have to remember, it's our money. It's not that it's the feds' money, it's not that it's province money, and it's not that it's municipal government money. It's our money because we're the ones, there's one taxpayer, right? And that's where I'm going, like, and you have to now ask, you basically, to me, it equivalates, and I think I've been quoted on the paper on this, we have to go ask mom and dad for permission to go talk to grandma and grandpa. It's basically what it is.
Well, that's what I was referencing, though, when I said that we're sending money east and the pipeline out of here, and then when we're lucky enough to convince the MP to give us some back, and the Prime Minister, then all of a sudden we're told by the province that, no, you got to tell us first. Like, I think we should be doing a press release on this, and we should be, there's got to be ways of getting, you know, in front of the cameras. Art, what do you think? You'd be the one doing it, the face in front of the camera.
I think about it, I just want to make sure that we have a message that is palatable for the people we're trying to address.
No, but we need to say that, as far as I'm concerned, what I'm hearing around the table is this is overreach from the province. It's red tape. When they preach red tape reduction, it's hypocrisy. That should be said right there to them. Second of all, if they're truly, use Kara's analogy, if we're truly able to get money from, I said going east and get some of it back from an MP, but you can use your analogy that Kara just used, why do we have to ask them to get that money back? They should be happy that we were able to advocate our MP and get some money back. Why would the province want to have their fingers in the middle and say, no, no, no? To me, it sounds like we're having, my opinion, and this is going to just come from my point of view, it sounds like we have a premier that's, or a government that wants to be the federal government rather than respecting their level of authority.
Well, I'd have Kara bounce it off her RMA folks first, just to make sure that we're not going against something against RMA. You know, it's just like when I met with some of the ministers, and I said, you know, these tariffs, I says, maybe municipalities would have a better grasp on getting some attention And I told that to several different ministers, and they said, well, why don't you just wait till you see what we do first before you start to get on the bandwagon from a municipal perspective. And then recently I read something from FCM that they're doing something from a municipal perspective to lobby to stop the tariffs. So there's different situations that are going on out there. You want to make sure that if you're going to go to battle, that you're going to win.
So RMA is opposed to this legislation, just so you know, and we've
Yeah.
been very outspoken about it. Absolutely, you wouldn't be. The other thing is, I want to caution, and just because RMA is on board or not on board with something, it shouldn't dictate what this council does. I'm going to be, because I wear two hats, and sometimes it can be difficult, but I want to know that like, that's sincere. If we have an issue here, and just because it's not RMA has got a different view on it, please don't ever feel that you can't take your stance on it. It's okay to disagree with RMA.
No, I just.
But I know what you mean, and I think
if we're going to harness some horses together, I want to make
Yeah.
sure we're driving in the same direction.
Yes, yeah. And sometimes we are going to drive. So I think what I'm saying is sometimes we will drive in different directions, and that's okay. But in this case, we are driving the horses together.
But in some cases, Bart, RMA is trying to represent what I would call the provincial voice, and when that's given direction to them by resolutions that are voted on usually. When we have an opinion, it may not be supported by the province. So we have every right to make sure that our citizens and their voice is being heard, even if it's contrary to the majority of the province. And that's what CARE is trying to tell us. And to me, whether this happens to be where we're in agreement with seemingly the direction that RMA is advocating and their dislike for this legislation. So I think we should be even more vocal, and not just in a letter to the province, which means nothing, because they're just throwing Wild 13. We should be doing a press conference.
I know that I agree with you with the letters, how effective they are. I'll use the analogy with the horses, though. If I'm going to pick a horse to ride with, I want to make sure it's a racehorse. You know, and it's got something that's got value to us, you know.
The only thing, Bart, if you want to pull a plow, you probably don't want the racehorse?
Well, it depends when you're pulling a plow. Like it could be an old single bottom. We can plow through this conversation, or I can cultivate a new one, but. All right. I think we need to stew on it and think about it, Anthony, and see what a letter would look like, and a letter can be verbalized as well, so whether it's a letter or it's a speech, it can have the same content.
So did anyone make a motion on this?
Anthony.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to say it then, because especially in light of what you're saying. I would move to direct administration to craft a letter for our consideration to the Minister of Municipal Affairs regarding the legislation, Provincial Priorities Act, expressing our concerns that we've just discussed here, and bring it back for our next council meeting for us to further consider.
Okay. So it's an Appaloosa now. All right. Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. Cody, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Opposed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. Where are we at here? That was the Oversight Committee? So then we've got reports. We need a motion to approve these reports as presented. Anybody? Cody, do you want to make a motion to receive the reports?
I can certainly do that.
Okay, thanks, Cody.
Just the council reports.
Yeah, I just thought I'd include you somehow. Discussion, all those in favor? How do you vote,
Oh, I didn't
Cody?
actually say that, but okay.
How do you vote, Cody?
In favor.
Okay, carried unanimous. His voice sounds deeper or something there, doesn't it?
Well, other than you guys, I don't have anybody else to talk to, so my voice is a little unused today.
All right. We've got some meeting dates here. Airport fly-in, June 7th. Go ahead, Glenn.
Yeah, we're gonna be taking a tent from the Brazeau County and some swag there, and then be at the airport to go meet the people and see what's going on.
Yeah.
So we're just looking for a motion to authorize attendance.
I would authorize all of council to attend if they wish.
Glenn, I don't have, we don't have the staff anymore that takes down the tent to set up, but Tom from the airport was more than welcome if council just wanted to come, walk around, give you an opportunity to chat with people, and we can send you with some swag.
Yeah, we sometimes have ministers or like Getson has his own plane, so he's flown in a couple of times. All right. We need a motion, one way or the other. Kara?
I move to I move to approve council's attendance at the airport fly-in breakfast, June 7th.
Discussion, all those in favor? Okay, 4-H beef sale.
I move to.
In favor.
Oh.
Yeah, thanks, Cody.
Sorry, Cody. I move to authorize the Reeve and or designate to bring greetings to the 4-H beef sale and show on May 26th.
Discussion, all those in favor? Cody, how do you vote?
In favor.
EDA upcoming event. I let Tina know that I won't be attending. So you can, oh, you didn't get that?
Conference?
Yeah, I'm not going to it.
Okay, because we're past the deadline for refunds.
Okay, I thought I said something earlier, but that's okay. That was probably a while ago, eh?
The deadline for a refund was the 28th of March.
Okay, yeah, no, I just, I'm not all there yet, Tina?
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Kara.
So one of two things, can a member from town council go? Because if we can't get a refund, then somebody should be able to
Yeah,
go.
yeah,
And if
absolutely.
we can't get a refund, I would suspect, so let's go with that option first, if somebody can, or else from council go. The other thing I would suggest, due to your medical, how to put this, are you okay with me saying, due to your medical illness, like you're sick,
Yeah.
I'm sure you can get a doctor's note and probably get it refunded, but that's up in the air.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Because I can get, that was the other thing, is I can get somebody to take your room, because this is a highly attended conference. And I know we're booked in at the actual location, and I believe half the conference is having to stay at the casino 30 minutes away. So I'm not worried about your room. I can find somebody to cover your room.
Well, I'll just see if
But
somebody else wants to go.
if somebody else from council can go, then it would help with the refund issue.
No, no. It's economic development.
It's Tuesday to Friday next week, Donna. I'm already going.
Can you go, Donna? Unless Donna can go. Give Donna a minute. Okay, so Donna will take Bart's place.
Donna will take Bart's place, okay.
Test, I was gonna, no.
Dallas, you can't go?
I will go if that is the last option.
It's the last option.
Pardon me? What about Cody?
Cody, can you go?
Please?
I'm not going to be available. Sorry.
Okay, so you can go then, Dallas?
I would try that first.
Okay, so my suggestion is, can you and Tina reach out today to EDA and see if you can get a medical refund, which means you may have to go to the doctor and get a notice as soon as you can, so you can get it refunded.
Last time it took me months to go to the doctor.
Who's your doctor? Well, sorry, don't answer that question. 'Cause I think you go to the same doctor clinic that I go to. I think you're at the same clinic as I do. If you phone and tell the front desk what the issue is, and that you need a medical note to get you a refund, they will do it. They actually will give it to you, usually within an hour.
Okay, I'll give them a call here after the meeting.
All right,
Okay.
and if that doesn't work, then I'll go.
Okay.
I think you should just go anyway.
I'm a busy buckaroo in the spring.
It's not spring yet. Look
So
at
the thing is, I'm not, if we can get you a refund, I can get somebody to take your room, so then we're good. And then you can get help.
Great.
So. Yeah, it's
Go ahead,
Tuesday.
Anthony.
Staff go like Rudy?
Rudy is going.
Okay, well, who else is going then? We should know, I don't, maybe 3 of you? And would have been 4?
Yeah, 3 counselors.
Okay, well, I think then we should really be working on trying to get the refund because 3 is more than enough, my opinion.
Okay. All right, I'll make a phone call as soon as we're done council, so.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll take a break between this and in private, because I was gonna ask for one anyways. And you can make a quick call. The reason the 3 of us were going is the Western Economic Corridor Committee was going because we are presenting, so, yeah, yeah. Yeah. So, I
First
move
time-
to
first time I've
receive
counseled.
item 15C, the EDA upcoming events for information.
Discussion, all those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor.
Okay. Stampede reception, Calgary. That's the one meeting we went that was quite good with the minister there, remember, Glenn?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking to approve.
Okay,
Is there any interest from council to attend all this and as a whole, or?
and what it is it's, we were accused of going to the Stampede. We never went to one Stampede event. We just went down and met the ministers during Stampede, right?
So I move to authorize, sorry,
Sorry. I think you guys know I'm very, so you're probably gonna come for a shock that comes out of, I don't mind a few people going, but this one I'm gonna really caution how many go down. Rooms are incredibly expensive, like we're talking $1,000 a night rooms. So my suggestion is, if we're gonna do this, we need to look at rooms. And I went last year on behalf of RMA, and I had to stay in Airdrie because I could not comprehend the cost of the hotel rooms.
I think it'd be fair to stay don't have to stay downtown.
So my thing is just, if you're gonna go, just look at the hotel rooms. It might be far enough out now that the rooms are cheaper. Yes.
That was my hope, was
Yeah.
that this time around, that usually we're a month
Okay.
away and the rooms were $500 a night, right?
Oh
So-
yeah, it was ridiculous.
And I'm not looking to stay there for 4 days. It's a 1-day drive in,
That day, stay overnight.
just
come
drive
home.
in, go to the event, stay overnight, and then go to the pancake breakfast and then just return home.
Perfect. So then my next thing is whoever goes, contact me because RMA is going and I can get you the invites for that day and the next day. To where we're going, I can make sure that I include you in my loop of,
Because you're going to be going anyways.
yeah, I'm going anyways, so. That being said, and our rooms were booked in the fall, at regular room rates, because we figured out that trick.
And a number of ministers when we were down there. Grisha.
Yeah.
Doc,
Absolutely. So, but whoever goes, I'll make sure that I will tip my cards of what else is going on, because you won't get invites like that I do, but I can get you included in those invites. So whoever goes, we'll make sure that we talk, and I can get you guys into other places too as well.
I will. Are you going to go? Okay, so I move to authorize the Reeves and 1 councillor's attendance to the Stampede reception, July 6th, 2025, with an overnight stay. And 1 councillor. Yeah.
Discussion? Sorry, I'm just moving slower. All those in favor? How do you vote, Cody? Those opposed?
Opposed, yeah.
Dallas, Cody, and Anthony are opposed. All right, we better get this meeting over. They're starting to turn on us. Okay, that was passed. So I don't get it, Anthony. You give us advice on what to do, and then you vote against it. Okay, did we get a motion to approve the councillor reports? Yeah, okay. So then we're at Risk Pro. River
So I
Creek.
will remove my county hat and put on my RMA president hat. I asked for this to be included. This is Risk Pro education. It is meant for administration and for elected officials. This is your insurance company. This is where you learn about why we do what we do, why we insure the way we do, why your premiums are the way they are. It's an in-depth conversation, so I really highly encourage actually all of council to participate. This is tax dollars that we're using for this type of program, and I think you will get a lot from it to understand how the insurance world works in the municipal government side of things. So I would encourage it. I won't make the motion, but I would highly encourage it. The other piece to this is you get what you call as Risk Pro credits, and it's a credit back to the municipality on their insurance. So.
Go ahead, Glenn.
What's the conference worth?
Oh, that I do not know. Is it not included here? If it's not, I can find out for you. I want to. That's a good question. Seeing if I can pull it up. In the past, this one has, it had a heavier like administration component to it, but the board has changed the viewpoint. We need elected officials educated on insurance, why safety meetings and the safety things that we do within organizations are so important. Yeah, and we need buy-in from council on it. At the end of the day, I hear comments like, well, it's a co-op of insurance, so who cares? We'll just put everything through insurance. The problem is when everybody has that mentality, your premiums all go up because we're all paying for everybody else's mistakes, and somebody has to pay for it at the end of the day. So this is an education piece about, well, you do have a kind of a co-op of insurance, but we all affect each other, and we all need to get a good handle on this. And the buy-in for safety programs and the way the organization works on the risk side of things starts, I believe, around this table, because we're the ones that control the money. So.
Municipality reduces their risk, they get a savings. Otherwise, what's the point of reducing your risk?
Yep.
So
Yep, and we do have to look at things differently. We do have municipalities that pay a higher premium because they're in the Hill Belt, and they've done nothing to reduce the risk of their fleet, right? So you'll see Calgary, for instance, I know this is the private sector, but it's probably the most visual one I can give you. When you're in Calgary, you'll see dealerships now, they've got those netting over top of their dealerships.
Right.
And that's to protect their vehicles from hail because the insurance companies won't touch them anymore. I'm still trying to find out how much it is, you guys, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think, but the question was how much. Duration to find out. Okay, let me just text somebody at my office. Do you want to park this one? And I can probably get a direct answer.
So that's Risk Pro. CAO review. Try to do it in the morning when everybody's still happy. I get cranky in the afternoon.
Or in the evening with drinks.
It takes me a while to get to my calendar.
The budget, I don't think we're gonna likely need the second day, so we could be using the second day that we've kind of tentatively booked. April 8th.
That's the budget.
Well, we could have his review in the morning of the 8th.
We have MPC.
Oh, there's MPC, sorry.
Didn't have that written down.
Has everybody got their calendars out? So I'll just throw dates out to see who could make it or not.
How about I give you my first dates?
When's your first date? You can't leave it too long though.
Yeah, I know, I'm just looking. I could do the morning of the 22nd. I have to be, it starts at 3 o'clock.
I've got hydrogen down there, Glenn.
Oh, it starts at 3 o'clock?
Yeah, Risk Pro starts at 3 o'clock on the 22nd.
I was gonna go to the hydrogen
Okay.
conference on Thursday.
Well, is it 2 days, the hydrogen?
Just a 1 day.
I have April 25th open.
25th is open for me.
Open for me.
As long as it's after 10 a.m., I would prefer not to move a doctor's
Alice?
appointment.
You're good, so the 25th so far is good. Cody, Donna's good. Anthony's good.
Yeah.
Cody,
25th is good.
okay, so that's it on the 25th in the morning. Good job, you guys.
I move to set the April 25th at 9 a.m. for the CAO review.
Discussion, all those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor.
Room rate, or sorry, the registration for Risk Pro is $225 a person. The preferred room rate has expired as of Friday, so I'm not sure what room rate is. I love it, you know.
And what dates is it, Kara? Because this says 224 here on page 140, April 22nd to 24th.
Yep, so you'd be checking it, it'd be for 2 nights. It'd be for the night of the 22nd and the night of the 23rd. Checking out on the 24th.
It's just a one-day show.
No, it's a day and a half.
Oh, so we gotta stay overnight.
Yep.
That would work good, but we go to the hydrogen show in the morning, and then 3 o'clock is when this thing starts.
Oh, I see, okay.
So over that, just from there and.
Yeah, and just for the day. Well,
No,
she
no,
said,
then you'd be in this risk for the next week.
okay,
It's up to you.
and that's at the River Creek. I don't like that place. I haven't
The
been
other
there
thing is,
for-
I can't make any promises, but I can talk and see if I can get the room rate, the preferred room rate. I can see, but I'm not making any promises.
No, I won't stay there anyway. I'll stay at the executive. No, I boycotted that place. Haven't been there for over a year and a half. It's bad.
Okay. So anyways, that's what the questions were, so.
All right, doesn't matter. We're going, we'll still go. Yeah, you need a motion to authorize counselors to attend.
I move that all counselors attend the Risk Pro, April 22nd to 24th.
Discussion, all those in favor? Cody, how do you vote?
In favor.
Get you the block rate. I won't make promises, but if I know exactly the number, how many rooms we need, I can ask RMA and see if I can get that. RMA, I already have my room. I'm already done. I'm there.
I'll go, but I won't stay at the River Creek. I'll stay at the nearest hotel. Cody, are you going to the Risk Pro at the River Creek?
I'm not sure that I will make it on the 23rd.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll say no for now. Well, maybe I'll just say no. Yeah.
there's a tent city there that's close by, so don't worry about it. All right. Literally, that's kind of a Freudian slip, the tent city at the River Cree. I gotta watch myself. Okay. We set the date for the CAO, RCMP priority setting, April 4th. Need a motion for that? That's in the council? Go ahead, Ann, or Glenn.
I move to set the RCMP priority setting meeting for April 4th, 2025 at 1:30 PM
At the EOC, or,
at Brazeau County.
oh yeah, I said EOC, that we don't have that anymore. Yeah, that room. What do we call that room now? Commons. The Commons. Oh, that sounds official. I'll have to wear my pin. All right. Tina, you'll send us invites there, eh? Okay, cancel the November 18th. Oh, all those in favor? You in favor? How do you vote, Kara? To have a meeting with the priority settings. Cody, how do you vote?
In favor?
Okay, that's carried unanimous. Council, November 8th, cancel that. Yeah, just make a motion to cancel that.
I move to cancel the November 18th, 2025 regular council meeting due to the conflict with RMA Fall Convention.
Discussion, all those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor?
Okay, we've got community standards bylaw. Oh, yeah, these are closed sessions. Joint town. Okay, Donna, make a motion.
Well, I'll just tell you about it shortly. The new childcare funding is going to put childcares in a deficit, and, well, we want to lobby so that this isn't going to happen across the board and everybody's childcare is going to go. Well, this childcare
Is this federal or
daycare.
provincial?
This is ECDC. Oh, is it provincial?
Yeah.
Yes, provincial. No, federal. Federal. This funding is federal, right?
And so now they're reneging on the funding?
No, but the daycares are gonna get $10 per child per day, right? And their costs are more than that, so they're gonna be in a deficit.
But the parents are gonna pick up some of the tab, aren't they?
Well, yes. But some of the daycares have people who get benefits, like their employees get benefits, they get, like, what is it that we, RSVPs? No. What do you call that? RSPs, yes. Yes, and they're level 3s. I don't know what the other levels are, but, so what ECDC is worried about is the childcare, the level of childcare across Canada going down. So, anyway, all they want is a joint meeting between the town so that Bernice from ECDC can tell you what's going on, and What else does she say? So I guess it's up to you guys if you want to have a joint council meeting with,
Anthony?
Sounds like something that they could bring to a council meeting of ours and just tell us what they're asking for us to support. We could then write them a letter or whatever they need if we agree with them. I don't think there's a need for us to set another separate day and all of us drag off to another meeting.
I'm good with that.
Or have it at the next joint county.
But that might be delaying it too much. Why don't we have them come to the next council meeting as a delegation? They can then make their presentation, tell us what they're looking for, and then we can consider where we're going.
So it isn't childcare, it's staff that
Yeah.
the issue is funding
no,
staff.
it's childcare.
But staff are gonna be talking to us, it's not gonna be the public.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Kara?
So the issue I'm thinking is the federal government is cutting funding for childcare, and there's concern from one of the childcare facilities and childcare provider facilities in town about what, both those cuts, and that's what they're coming to talk to us about. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll need to have an independent sort of point of view. There's more than one childcare besides ECDC,
Yes, quite a few.
and they're all funded the same way?
I don't know.
So this is what I mean by an outside source, so that you just don't hear from one group. So in other words, if there's 10 groups out there and only one of them is telling us what needs to be done, is that in line with what the other 10 need?
I don't know.
So I know less. Okay, all right. All right, closed session.
Do we need a motion to ask, to have them come to it as a delegate to our next council meeting?
Okay,
Okay, I move to direct administration to set up a meeting with the Childhood Center on a presentation for the next council meeting.
discussion, all those in favor? Cody, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay. We got close. Pardon me?
Sure, we can have a break.
Hey Siri. Hey Siri.
Call a break.
My phone's dead.
Should I make the motion first? Move to go into closed?
Did I lose you guys?
Want to add something to the agenda before we go in closed? So regarding an email that was sent, and I'd like to add something to enclosed, CPO file report, FOIP section 25.
Cody? Okay, right, we'll go to your issue, and we'll actually move it forward on the agenda. Oh, it's in closed? So now you gotta add it to enclosed. We've just added it to the agenda. Oh, did we? Okay. All right, so then it's in closed. And you got two other issues, Alice,
And no other issues, just want to go closed.
for those two items? Three items. Okay, so all those in favor?
No, gotta make the motion first.
Oh.
So I'll move that Brazeau County Council go into closed session for community standards bylaw concerning historical information FOIP 25, B, code of conduct complaint FOIP section 1923, and item C, CPO file report FOIP 25.
Discussion, all those in favor? Okay,
In favor.
Might have been closed.
yeah, but is it positive or is it negative?
I'd like to vote now.
We'll make a
Me too.
motion to come out of enclosed. Did you make that motion? Discussion, all those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor.
All right, take a 5-minute break, folks. So what's so negative about 555?
Move that Brazeau County Council come.
Been 5 minutes. Is there any direction that come out of enclosed?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Glenn.
That's Glenn's turn.
I move to direct administration to move forward with the enforcement process without any additional time extensions regarding the historical concern file.
Discussion? All those in favor? Cody, how do you vote?
In favor.
One opposed. Bart? Yeah. All right, do we have anything, any other direction? Okay, thank you.
I move to receive the code of conduct complaint discussion for information.
Discussion? All those in favor?
I have a,
Discussion, Cody?
yeah, it wasn't really it wasn't a code of conduct, it was just conduct. So maybe I just asked to amend that in a friendly way, to remove the word code.
So that should say code of conduct complaint discussion? No? Oh, okay, so the way it's written is the way it is, Cody. Oh,
Should it say code?
no, it doesn't say code and it's not supposed to.
Yeah, so I'm just asking to amend the motion in a friendly way to remove the word code from the motion.
Okay, so all those in favor? How do you vote?
Did we
Cody?
amend it?
How did you vote, Cody?
Did the motion get amended?
Yes.
Okay, I'm in favor.
Okay. Okay. All right, that was carried, Cody, unanimous. Okay, moved by, pardon me? Go ahead, Cody, go ahead, Cody. Go ahead, Anthony.
File for information.
Discussion, all those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
In favor.
All right, carried unanimous.
I move adjournment.
Oh, he jumped at the microphone. Thank you.
Man,
All those in favor? How do you vote, Cody?
in favor.
Good job.
Thanks.
All right.
I guess I'll see you guys later.